For everyone here at the Speedway, the drivers drew for their qualifying heat race assignments tonight. Which qualifying heat race they will be in. We will be having 3 tonight for the Short Track Super Series High Torque New York Modifieds. 4 heat races tonight for the Madison Overhead Door Sportsman. And the drivers will come out and do their dirt draft warm-ups, and they will be timed during the warm-up sessions to determine the starting lineup in each heat race. There will be timing amongst their heat race group to determine the starting lineup in tonight's qualifying heat races. Dirt Draft Hot Laps tonight, the first laps recorded at every Short Track Super Series event in 2025, presented by Dirt Draft. Dirt Draft is the first grassroots racing fantasy sports website and app. Dirt Draft users pay a subscription of $5.99 per month or $59.99 annually for unlimited contests. Each contest is a salary draft with 5 drivers and a $100,000 salary cap. Sign up today and receive a free t-shirt. Learn more at www.dirtdraft.com. Dirt Draft Hot Laps, the first recorded laps at every Short Track Super Series event presented by Dirt Draft. Now the drivers will be having an extra incentive during Dirt Draft Hot Laps, as they do at every Short Track Super Series event, because they'll be going for a little bonus money. Out of all of the cars here tonight, the fastest modified driver will be going for the ATL Fuel Cell Modified Hot Lap Hero. The driver recording the fastest time in Dirt Draft Hot Laps for each of the scheduled STSS modified events will receive $100 cash, courtesy of the Ramsey, New Jersey-based ATL Fuel Cells. Aerotech Laboratories and its ATL Fuel Cell division have been leading the way with crash-resistant flexible composite safety fuel cells since their inception in 1970. From its humble beginnings in a small New Jersey shop to its now commanding multiple facilities that span 2 continents worldwide, ATL has grown into a global household name within the motorsports, aerospace, marine, and defense industries. ATL located on Spear Road in Ramsey, New Jersey. Visit the website at atlinc.com. Give them a call at 201-825-1400. That's 201-825-1400. Or like ATL Racing Fuel Cells on Facebook or ATL Racing Fuel Cells on Instagram. A $100 bonus for the fastest modified tonight in warm-ups from ATL Fuel Cells. For the Sportsman, it will be the JLR Technology Sportsman Hot Lap Hero. The driver recording the fastest time in Dirt Draft Hot Laps for each of the scheduled STSS Sportsman events receives $50 cash, courtesy of JLR Technologies in Saratoga Springs, New York. JLR Technology specializing in sheet metal, suspension components, and shocks. Like JLR Technologies on Facebook for more information. So JLR Technologies, $50 bonus for the Sportsman Hot Lap Hero and ATL Fuel Cells, $100 cash bonus for the Modified Hot Lap Hero. We'd like to say thank you to our title marketing partners, including Bob Hilbert Sportswear, our series title sponsor, boasting more than a half-century of providing the finest in screen-printed and embroidered apparel. Based in Boyertown, Pennsylvania, Bob Hilbert Sportswear, specializing in the racing industry, along with schools, commercial, and corporate work. Their fundraising option is a great program for organizations and companies to raise awareness and raise funds. Check out the Bob Hilbert Sportswear website at bobhilbert.com or do some shopping at the online store at bobhilbertshop.com. Bob Hilbert Sportswear, the series title sponsor for the Short Track Super Series. Sunoco Race Fuels is our official fuel. As the largest manufacturer of racing gasolines in the world, Sunoco Race Fuels has a 40-year track record of winning performances. With an expanded product line, Sunoco offering drivers more choices than ever before. Learn more at SunocoRaceFuels.com. Sunoco Race Fuels is proud to present the Short Track Super Series Start and Restart Zone and the Sunoco checkered flag over the winter. American Racer Tire is the official tire, known for their quality, durability, repeatability, and value. American Racer Tires, boasting a tradition of craftsmanship and innovation dating back to 1915. American Racer, race, win, repeat. Visit the official American Racer website at AmericanRacerOnline.com. American Racer, the official tire, Sunoco, the official fuel, and Bob Hilbert Sportswear, the series title sponsor. Short Track Super Series specialty marketing partners include Bicknell Racing Products, sponsoring Victory Lane. When the checkered flag drops at every 2025 Short Track Super Series event, drivers will be celebrating a Bicknell Racing Products Victory Lane. Bicknell Racing Products got his start when Pete Bicknell was in high school building his first race car as a senior project. More than 40 years later, the St. Catharines, Ontario chassis manufacturer has developed into the industry leader with state-of-the-art equipment and facilities in St. Catharines, Ontario, and Niagara Falls, New York. Visit BicknellRacingProducts.com or like Bicknell Racing Products on Facebook, X, or Instagram. Bicknell Racing Products, Victory Lane. Barron's Performance Warehouse modified white flag, 1 lap to go before they reach Bicknell Racing Products Victory Lane. Drivers take the Barron's Performance Warehouse white flag, 1 to go on all STSS modified events. Barron's Performance Warehouse was founded by Harry Barron in 1972 as Barron's Speed Center, a general speed and tire shop aimed at the general automotive market. In 1982, the decision was made to focus on the parts and service market and leave behind Harry's career as a driver. Speed Center has grown to be a nationally known leader in the automotive racing industry. Barron's Performance Warehouse, located at 38 Meadow Road, Florida, New York, can be found on the web at barrons.com or by phone at 845-651-7389, 845-651-7389. That's Barron's Performance Warehouse, modified white flag, 1 lap to go. For the Sportsman, it's the Exotic brand, white flag, 1 lap to go. The Exotic brand, established in 2019, is a multimedia public relations company based in upstate New York. The Exotic brand strives to set a standard in the industry with modern and unique approach to your idea every time, offering PR management, social media content, graphic design, business management, and more. We strive to change the way your world, we strive to change the way your world is viewed. Like the Exotic brand on Facebook or at the Exotic brand _ on Facebook. The Exotic brand, white flag, 1 to go for the Sportsman. Should there be a caution flag tonight, SRI Performance sponsors the caution flag. The caution flag at Short Track Super Series events presented by SRI Performance of Mooresville, North Carolina, the leader in new and used race car parts. SRI Performance is a recognized NASCAR competition partner. SRI Performance is part of the larger SRI group, which encompasses stock car, steel, and aluminum, SRI Dirt and Drag, as well as SRI Indianapolis. To learn more, visit sriperformance.com. The SRI Performance caution flag this evening. BA Custom Headers Redraw. After the conclusion of heat races, top qualifiers take part in the BA Custom Headers Redraw. With more than 25 years in the header fabrication business, BA Custom Headers of Genoa, New York, can customize your power curve for a broader range of power. Each header or exhaust setup has been tried and tested and chosen by top modified late model teams across the country. BA Custom Headers on the web at baheaders.com or BA Headers on Facebook and Instagram at BA Headers. In the modified feature, Algonquin Motel sponsors the modified lap down go-around. Every caution flag in the modified feature, all lap cars must drop to the rear, but the first driver off the lead lap at the time of each caution receives the lap down go-around courtesy of Algonquin Motel in Bainbridge, New York. Visit algonquinmotel.com to learn more. The Algonquin Motel STSS modified lap down go-around in the feature event. Coming up shortly will be Dirt Draft Hot Laps. We're going to step aside on FloRacing for a short commercial break, and we'll be back at Mohawk International Raceway, Hogansburg, New York, for the Summer Showdown at the Border. We're back here at Mohawk International Raceway for the Summer Showdown on the Border. Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series, fueled by Sunoco High Torque of New York North Region Modified event and a Madsen Overhead Door North Region Sportsman event. Just a few moments away from Dirt Draft Hot Laps. We'd like to say thanks to High Torque of New York, our North Region Modified title sponsor. Are you putting the torque in New York? High Torque of New York is your one-stop shop for all torque, tool, and industrial bolting needs. They offer rentals, sales, solutions, and training, as well as on-site torque, wrench calibration, and repair of all manual, pneumatic, hydraulic, and battery-powered torque wrenches. Visit at High Torque New York on Facebook and X. And also thanks to our North Region Sportsman sponsor, Madsen Overhead Doors. Madsen Overhead Doors, located in Spencertown, New York, a recognizable name in Northeast Modified Racing. Madsen Overhead Doors has been a family-owned and operated business for 4 generations since 1954. They offer residential, commercial, industrial, and loading dock equipment along with all garage door needs. A fleet of 18 sales, service, and installation trucks are equipped daily for installations and service. Madsen Overhead Doors, covering the Capital District of New York, parts of the Hudson Valley, the Berkshires of Massachusetts, Litchfield County, Connecticut, Bennington County, Vermont, and surrounding areas. Madsen Overhead Doors, located on State Route 203, Spencertown, New York, can be found on the web at MadsenOverheadDoors.com or reached by phone 518-392-3883, 518-392-3883. Madsen Overhead Door, North Region Sportsman sponsor, and High Torque of New York, our North Region Modified sponsor. Earl Hoon Jr. alongside. Earl continues his trek of new speedways visited. Earl, part 2 of our Northern New York visit here. Last night we were at Can-Am Speedway. Tonight, your first visit to Mohawk International Raceway.
And absolutely, and I'm loving everything about it. I'm so excited to get tonight's program underway for the Summer Showdown on the Border. Beautiful facility here at MIR, Mohawk International Raceway. A lot of details I pay attention to, right? And I said it last night, this place is very spacious. A lot of detail. What I'm referring to is they'll have Musco lighting here. Some tracks we go to have Muscos. Some tracks don't. So I already know that this place is going to be pretty bright for us to see up here in the booth and for the drivers that are going to be in competition coming up a little bit later. And absolutely, the crowd is starting to file in here. A lot of race fans already are here, and a lot were here during the afternoon, walking through the pits, meeting with us, meeting with the drivers and the crews, and yeah, no doubt about it, I am loving the Mohawk International Raceway.
So once again tonight, we have an interesting mix of series drivers from the North Country, and track regulars tonight. Yeah. So it should be an interesting mix to see exactly what transpires here tonight when we get down to, first of all, Dirt Draft Hot Laps to set the starting lineups for the heats and the qualifying heats, and tonight's 50-lap feature, which is a little extra special. We did a 51-lap race last night at Can-Am celebrating their 51st anniversary. Tonight, $10,000 to the winner of the 50-lap race here at Mohawk.
And with Matt Williamson getting the checker flag last night, right now we're at 43 different winners in 213 events with the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series fueled by Sunoco. Tonight, I don't know, you said it, Chris. We got a lot of Chris. Oh, Chris Moore, man, if he was here, Jeff, he would be all over that. No, Jeff, you said it. Got a lot of regulars that compete here on a weekly basis. Obviously, we got our very own Short Track Super Series drivers, and we're on a new configuration. We're on a little bit of a smaller track that we were on last night. The track crew was out there all day doing what they do. They were applying water to it because pretty much the weather has been spectacular for us, and it's just, I'm ready to go. The anticipation is building. I already got goosebumps talking about tonight's events.
Well, looking at last night's winner, Matt Williamson, Matt picked up his 8th career victory, and his victories have been somewhat diversified, if you will. He had raced for a number of times with the Short Track Super Series before he was finally able to secure his first ever win. He had come close so many times, and his first ever win ended up coming at the Port Royal Speedway in the Speed Showcase. That was in October of 2020. The next win was also at Port Royal in the March race in 2021. And then Accord in 2022, Georgetown 2022, La RPM last year in 2023, Action Track last year in 2024, the Devil's Bowl this year in 2025, and Can-Am last night. Here at Mohawk International Raceway, it's located in Hogansburg, New York. The track opened in 1987. It's a 4/10 of a mile oval, dirt clay oval, located in upstate New York, very close to the Canadian border. So I'm sure we have a lot of folks here visiting with us tonight from our neighboring country to the north. So there you have the track facts tonight about Mohawk International Raceway.
And if you're walking around the grounds here at Mohawk and also tuning in at FloRacing, we want you to do something right now. There's going to be a QR code that's going to pop up on your screen. We also have a merchandise stand set up directly behind the press box here down on the midway. Scan that QR code. That is going to take you to our official online store. That's right, Bob Hilbert Sportswear. Drop some new merch down here for our swing, especially it all comes here to an end at Mohawk International Raceway. So make sure you go check out the Short Track Super Series merchandise stand, and at home, make sure you scan that QR code right now. That will take you directly to the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series merchandise online store.
Test. There we go. Now we're back. Not only that, Earl, but the hats that we use for the redraw are also at the online store. That's the only place you can get them, in the online store. The hats that we'll be using for the redraw from Bob Hilbert Sportswear, and those hats you can get at the online store at bobhilbertshop.com. So that'll be coming up after qualifying heat races tonight in the BA Custom Headers redraw. Hey, don't forget, if you're looking for lineups, timing, scoring points, and more, Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series fueled by Sunoco utilizes My Race Pass. Don't miss out. Download the app today. Drivers are already buckled in. We're getting a pit walk right now for those watching at home on Flow. They were ready to go, but the track crew is still finishing up a few wet spots there in the corners. They're repositioning the tires. Every 2025 Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series fueled by Sunoco event is broadcast live on FloRacing. In addition, every event from Fonda Speedway, Dirt Track Digest TV remains on board to handle the production of every event, the same great quality you're accustomed to. Visit FloRacing.com today to sign up. One annual payment of $150 gives you access to the Short Track Super Series Fonda and a host of other series and facilities, including the High Limit 410 Sprints, Lucas Oil late models, USAC, Port Royal Speedway, NASCAR Wheel and Modified Tour, Castrol Night in America, and much, much more. Watch the races across all screens by downloading the Flow Sports app on iOS, Android, Apple TV, Roku, Amazon Fire, and Chromecast. FloRacing. Come for the race and stay for the rush. All right, here we go. The cars are coming out on the Speedway now. And these are the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series fueled by Sunoco. Manson, overhead door North Region Sportsman. There will be 10 cars in the Sportsman first heat, 9 in the remaining events. So half the drivers are coming out for this first heat. Mark Oliver McCarthy, driving the 37, is coming out for the first one. He leads the way. He is out of Glen Robertson, Ontario. Then the 9S is Christian Smoke. Christian is in the Grizzlies Products number 9S. The 21 of Jackson Welling out of Star Lake, New York. We also have the 34K of Keegan Neer out of Carthage, New York. And also coming out there will be the 03 Joshua Jock. He's from right here in Hogansburg. He is in the Jocks Automotive 03. So those are your 5 cars out here. There will be 5 more in the second half. These will be half of the drivers participating in heat race number 1 tonight for the Short Track Series.
Whoever is going to be fastest overall during time dirt draft hot laps or the Sportsman division, they are going to be the JLR Technologies Hot Lap Hero. We will speak with them as we go into this evening's opening ceremonies as drivers are running on. Start to see the white flag this time by. We are down into the 17-second bracket right now. Josh Jock is going to be setting the pace with a 17.334. Jackson Welling fourth quick right now at 17.740. They're going to see the Sunoco checker flag this time by. Lap time starting to get quicker out there. As that will complete the first set for Group A. Joshua Jock's going to set the pace at a 17.246, 17.246 for the driver of the 0-3.
Second half of heat number 1, the 14K. That's the Chattel SMB excavating number 14K, Carl Potvin out of Gatineau, Quebec. Also out there is the 88. That will be Fire Swamp from right here in Akwesasne. Fire Swamp in the 88. Rolling trackside, he's in the Riley Ford Sanders Motorsports race car. Also, we've got the 35D of Dylan Moore. He's from Elgin, Ontario. Dylan Moore in the 35. That's the Lions Goodfellow Furniture sponsored race car. 314 Nick Nallett from Constable, New York. He's in the Malone Ford race car. And also the Sweetwater Marina number 9, Joe Toth out of Upper Makefield, Pennsylvania. Joe Toth out there in the 9. Second half of heat race number 1. There will be 4 tonight for the Sportsman.
So once again, John is fastest overall here in time dirt draft hot laps with 17.246. Anyone go faster? The second group for the cars that are going to make up heat race number 1. So that is going to wrap up the cars that are going to make up lineup for the first heat race for the Sportsman division. And Joshua Jock still fastest overall right now here in time dirt draft hot laps with a 17.246.
All right, group number 2, first half of heat number 2 coming out. Driving in the number 38, Sean Imbeau. He's from St. Hyacinthe, Quebec. He's in the JMV Environment 38. Also coming out, the 42, Kent Miller out of Morrisburg, Ontario. The 9K, the Klinger Power Sports entry of Blaine Klinger from Walton. Greg Snyder, the 54G from Moria, New York. And the 7D of Brian Tarbell from Akwesasne.
So Chief Starter with the Bob Hilbert Sports First Short Track Super Series fueled by Sunoco. Joe Christ waving the green flag out there. Can anyone better Joshua Jock right now? Track absolutely tip-top shape here during time dirt draft hot laps. Right now, Kent Miller in the 42 brings in a lap of an 18.101. Greg Snyder, he's down into the 17-second bracket at a 17.932. Blaine Klinger now, he's quickest at a 17.832 in this group. Now we're down in the 17.691 club with Greg Snyder. He was better on his second lap. Good to see that we are still in the mid-17-second bracket. And right now, Greg Snyder is going to be fastest in this group at a 17.691. Still, Joshua Jott fastest overall with a 17.246.
Second half of heat race number 2 coming out. The 1R Junior out of Akwesasne will be Garen Thompson. The 35B is Brennan Moore. He's from Elgin, Ontario. Brennan Moore out there in the Lions Goodfellow Furniture sponsored race car. The 95 Junior Jacob Nadeau. He's in the Joliet Nissan sponsored race car from Yamaska, Quebec. And Sean Pecor out of Cornwall, Ontario, driving the 0 car. Sean out there in the 0. Making up the second half of heat race number 2 for the Short Track Super Series Madison Overhead Door Sportsman.
So we're going to wind them up and turn them loose one more time.
Bacor is in the St. Andrews Service Center 0 car. Here we go, second half of heat number 2.
Talking about the track surface here real quick, Jeff. Obviously, it's in perfect condition. You can already start to see a cushion starting to develop. Both ends of the racetrack in turns 1 and 2, down in 3 and 4. That is going to get higher throughout the night. And as we mentioned, we are on a smaller configuration than what we were running last night over at the Can-Am Speedway. We got a car off the pace here, rolling off of turn number 4. That is going to bring out the SRI Performance caution flag. The 2-star of Cedric Gouvreau. The car coming to a stop.
He was an add-on. We didn't have him on the original lineup. A late arrival here, Cedric Gouvreau. Cedric was the runner-up spot. Sorry, Earl.
So STSS safety officials will give Gouvreau there a shove. I did catch it at the corner of my eye. Unfortunately, he trailed a lot of smoke prior to coming to a stop. So hopefully it's nothing terminal to where the crew back in the pit area can track down the problem and he can rejoin the heat race coming up later on in the program. But you caught it, Jeff. There is a puddle of fluid right down where he stopped here coming on the beginning of the front stretch.
Yeah, last night he was the second place finisher behind winner Donovan Lucier was Cedric Gouvreau, but something happening here under the Dirt Draft Hot Laps, and he rolls to a stop, bringing out an SRI Performance caution. This is heat race group number 2. He was the 10th car in this heat race.
So Greg Snyder is fastest here in this group at a 17.691. Still, Joshua Jock right now sitting pretty good. Still got some time though, but right now he could. Question is, can he take home the Hot Lap Hero Award here this evening, brought to you by JLR Technologies.
The first recorded laps, hot laps at every short track Super Series event in 2025, presented by Dirt Draft, the first grassroots racing fantasy sports website and app. On Dirt Draft, users pay a subscription of $5.99 per month or $59.99 annually for unlimited contests. Each contest is a salary draft with 5 drivers at a $100,000 salary cap. Sign up today, receive a free t-shirt. Learn more at dirtdraft.com.
I set my Dirt Draft a little bit earlier on before we went live here on FloRacing. Don't forget to check out the new league section. You and your friends at home can create your private league and go up against each other. You're granted a $100,000 salary cap, and make sure you use that wisely as the checkered flag falls in close. Jacob Nadeau's going to be fastest here in this group at a 17.285. 17.285, came very close of knocking Joshua Jock there off the top of the pylon.
Yes, he did. Heat race number 3. This is the first half moving trackside. Driving in the 10X, that is Corey Castell. He's from Fort Covington, New York, in the CMC Auto Repair sponsored race car. Brandon Beauregard out of Granby, Quebec. He drives in the Ultra Graphic Design 72B. Last night's winner, driving out of St. Denis, Richelieu, Quebec, is Donovan Lucier. Donovan in the 61L, moving out on the Speedway. Also out there is the 21L of Skylar Ladosor from Cornwall, Ontario. He drives the 21L. His car is sponsored by Sammy Gagnon Photography. And also out there, out of Lake Ariel, Pennsylvania, driving in the 9G, that's Tyler Pete, the New Edge Diamond Services Shursky Company's number 9G. He is the current point leader in the Madison Overhead Door North region. Tyler Pete out of Lake Ariel, Pennsylvania. Donovan Lucier, the Boisonneau sponsored number 61L, picking up his second ever short track Super Series win with the victory in Can-Am last evening.
Donovan Lucier at a 17.664. Tyler Pete, 17.539. Track is really getting quicker here throughout this hot lap session, as right now Skylar Ladosor at a 17.391, still tracking down Joshua Jock, as Joshua Jock is fastest overall, still in time. Dirt Draft hot laps as the Sunoco checker flag waves. Skylar Ladisor, who's going to set the pace here in this heat race right now to 17.325.
Second half of heat race number 3, rolling trackside from Akwesasne, driving the number 14. That will be Ty David. Ty David in the number 14. The Fun Zone Party Inflatables Warrior Racing sponsored racer. The 44X, that's Taylor Doxtater out of Philadelphia, New York. He was the JLR Technologies Hot Lap Hero last night. Driving out of Akwesasne, driving the 7S, Ja'Cory Thompson Arquette. He's out there in the 7S. Also out there will be the 92T of Tristan Ladisor, from Alexandria, Ontario. Tristan Ladisor driving in the 92T. This is the final half of heat race number 3 for the Sportsman. The 92T of Ladisor is the Glengarry Truck Center sponsored racer.
Taylor Doxtater at a 17.951. Tristan Ladisor, 5th quick right now in this group at a 17.721. Like this time by. Looking at lap times here on the My Race Pass app. Make sure you download the My Race Pass app to follow live timing and scoring with the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series fueled by Sunoco all season long. And Skylar Ladisor is going to be fastest there in that group at a 17.324.
All right, heat race number 4, the first half rolling out to time against one another. Driving in the Madsen overhead door number 89 out of Spencertown, New York is Dylan Madsen. Also coming out of Woodhull, New York, driving in the Schweigert Sugar Shack. Number 12, George Schweigert III. Driving car number 8, make that 349. That is the Pocono Transportation 349 from Springbrook, Pennsylvania, Garrett Chillett. Also coming out in the Speedway, driving the Lamb Speed Shack, number 82, H. David Hackett out of Baldwinsville, New York. And driving the Stones Pharmacy, number 27, Michael Ballestero. Michael is out of Saratoga Springs, New York, also sponsored by M&J Construction. First half of heat race number 4 for the Madsen Overhead Door North Region Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series fueled by Sunoco Sportsman here tonight at Mohawk International Raceway.
Well, we got some news. Remember how I said Joshua Jock was fastest overall in time dirt draft hot laps? Not anymore. Dylan Madsen, he's going to be fastest overall with a 17.099. 17.099, the driver of the Madsen Overhead Doors 89.
Looks like they got their brake issue from last night repaired very nicely. Final group for Sportsman. This is the second half of heat number 4. Driving in the 1, 2, 3. That is the Williams Construction Race Car, the veteran out of Montour Falls, New York, Dale Welty. Also out there driving in the 87C. He's out of St. Catherine, Quebec. That's Christopher Cordeau. Christopher Cordeau in the 87C. Sponsored by AS Construction. Also out there, Matthew Bourret from North Lawrence, New York, in the number 51. He is sponsored by Excel Cable Service. And the M70 out of Hogansburg, Billy Cook in the M70. Your final car out here for Dirt Draft Hot Laps for the Sportsman.
So, the question is right now, can we break into the 16-second bracket? Came close again. Dylan Madsen is fastest overall here in time dirt draft hot laps with a 17.099. Can someone knock him off the top of the pylon as the cars will see the Sunoco checker flag this time by. That is going to wrap up Time Dirt Draft Hot Laps, as we would like to congratulate Dylan Madsen, as he's going to be tonight's JLR Technologies Hot Lap Hero Award for the Sportsman.
So Joshua Jock and Jacob Nadeau, along with Skylar Ladosor, were in the hunt for it, but it ends up being Dylan Madsen as your JLR Technologies Sportsman Hot Lap Hero. ATL Fuel Cell Modified Hot Lap Hero coming up now. First half of heat number 1, there will be 3 heats for the High Torque New York North Region Modifieds. The MP Delivery number 7Z, also sponsored by Proctor Enterprises out of Stanley, New York, Zach Payne. The St. Lawrence Radiology Integra Shocks number 19 from Watertown, it'll be Timmy Fuller. Driving in the SMS Enterprises LNG Landscaping 7S out of Philadelphia, New York, is Sean Shaw. Driving in the Madsen Overhead Doors SRI Performance, Emmerich Associates, number 02 from Saratoga Springs, Jack Lehner. And last night's winner, driving in the S&W Service Center, number 6 from St. Catharines, Ontario, Money Matt Williamson. First half of heat group number 1. Again, 3 heats tonight for the Short Track Super Series Modifieds.
We're into the 16-second bracket right now. Zach Payne at 16.012. Tim Fuller into the 15-second bracket at a 15.892. Matt Williamson, last night's feature winner, a 15.387. Plenty of grip out there for the big block modifieds. As they see the Sunoco checker flag. And right now, setting the pace is going to be Matt Williamson, looking to go 2 for 2 here on the week. A 15.378, a 15.378 for money, Matt Williamson.
Second half, ready to move out, driving out of Roscoe, New York, the Quality Forestry Management number 28, also sponsored by Best Buds Site Development. That is Michael Troutschold. Driving in the AAC Contracting Bob's Auto number 83D out of Potsdam, New York, Dustin Bradley. Driving in the R&R Automotive number 45 Junior, make that 45R from Potsdam, is Preston Forbes. And the final car out there driving in the Gove Road Transport 22C, Cedric Govro. That's the final group of heat number 1 for the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series, fueled by Sunoco. High Torque New York North Region Modified.
So can anyone better Matt Williamson, as he's fastest overall right now in Time Dirt Draft Hot Laps for the big block modifieds. Preston Forbes 6 quick right now in this group at a 16.445. Jack Lehner is just out there. He is 6 quick. Dustin Bradley is 16.208. So no one's going to knock Matt Williamson off the top. 15.378, that is the mark.
So we move to heat race number 2, the first half of heat number 2, taking Dirt Draft Hot Laps, trying to become the ATL Fuel Cell Hot Lap Hero for a $100 bonus. Franklin Mackin out of Russell, New York, driving the Shindigs on the River, M&M Trucking number 3M. Also out there, the A to Z Property Maintenance number 27B from Boston Spa, Robert Bublak. Third car coming out, driving the 35T, will be Thomas Cook. Thomas Cook, the 35T. He's in the Exotica Dispensary, Big Boys Gas and Go 35. He's out of Hogansburg, and driving in the Ultra, number 25P from Granby, Quebec, that's Mikel Perrant. First half of heat race group number 2 for the mighty big block, small block modified High Torque New York North Region.
That is the mark set by Matt Williamson. 15.556. Getting close. And there we have it. How about that? Michael Parent's going to be fastest overall at a 15.284. 15.284 from Michael Parent. He is going to be fastest overall right now in time dirt draft hot laps.
All right, second half of heat number 2 coming out, driving in the Pale Racing Camons number 1, the ONE out of St. Thomas, Quebec. That's David Hebert. And also coming out, driving out of Goshen, New York, the Shoeback Sod Farm, Schossler's Garden and Lawn Equipment number 15M, Daniel Morgevitz. Driving out of Napierville, Quebec. He is driving in the LaBerge Towing number 91, Felix Waugh. And from Akwesasne, Mohawk Nation, driving in the number 44, that will be Casey Swamp. Casey Swamp driving in the 3TK Nutrition, East and Convenience number 44.
Felix Waugh, 5th quick right now in this group at 16.543. Casey Swamp, 6th quick at 16.868. Daniel Morgevitz Jr. at a 16.967. David Hebert, 2nd quick right now in this group at a 15.638. Felix Waugh's 2nd lap. Still in 16-second brackets. As Hebert is better on his 2nd lap of 15.493.
All right, so it is Mikel Perrant at 15.284 in heat race group number 2 with the quickest time and fastest overall. Heat group number 3 rolling trackside. This is the first half out of Savannah, New York, to Hurlock Automotive Speed, Givens Produce, Westmoreland Golf Club, Elmo's Pit Stop, Kibblehouse Family number 9S. He is now your point leader in the High Torque New York North region, Matt Shepard. Also out there out of Bloomingdale, New York. He's driving car number 55. That is the flat and vertical concrete Woodruff powder coating 55, Matt Woodruff. The Pluses New York driver is the driver of the number 60, the Dapper Dog Grooming number 60, Jackson Gill. And out of Edwards, New York, driving car number 74. That is the GNR Auto Parts entry of Lucas Fuller. Lucas Fuller in the 74. First half of Group 3, heat number 3.
I do apologize to our friends to the north. It is indeed Mikel Perrant. I even had that written down on my notes, but that's the true English coming out of me, like Parent. So I do apologize, but Mikel Perrant coming close, 15.284. So right now, driver seeing the snow cone check flag. Matt Woodruff, a 16.378. Matt Shepard's going to be fastest in this group, of 15.754, 15.754. Jackson Gill, 2nd quick, of 15.842. Lucas Fuller, 4th quick, of 16.525.
Second half of heat race number 3 coming out from Akwesasne, driving in the Firehouse Pizza number 18 Junior, Louis Jackson Jr., driving in the Walker.com Home Hardware 01 from Alexandria, Ontario. He was a top 5 finisher last night. Chris Raby, also out there driving in the 04, will be DJ Gagno. He's from Chazy, New York. DJ Gagno in the 04, sponsored by Herbert's Lawn Care and Snow Plowing. And the 66X from right here in Akwesasne, that's the Twin Leaf Store 66X of Carrie Terrence. Final cars on the track for Dirt Draft Hot Laps for the Modified, trying to become the ATL Fuel Cell Hot Lap Hero.
So can anyone Mikel Perrant, he's the fastest overall in time Dirt Draft Hot Laps. Checker flag coming out. This will conclude time Dirt Draft Hot Laps. And we got a new fast time with a lap of a 15.136, 15.136. That is going to be the 0-1 of Chris Robbie. Robbie is going to be tonight's ATL Fuel Cells Hot Lap hero.
He does it in the final group during hot laps. Again, thanks to JLR Technologies, our Sportsman Hot Lap hero, $50 cash from JLR Technologies of Saratoga Springs. Like JLR Technologies on Facebook. And again, ATL Fuel Cells Modified Hot Lap hero, located on Spear Road, Ramsey, New Jersey, on the web at atlinc.com. 201-825-1400 or like ATL Racing Fuel Cells on Facebook or Instagram. JLR Technologies Sportsman Hot Lap Hero and ATL Racing Fuel Cells Modified Hot Lap Hero. All right, we're going to have the mini stocks coming up for some hot laps. Robert Hill is coming in to join up along with Daryl Mitchell. Oh, Daryl disappeared, so he's coming? Okay.
Yeah, he's on his way.
Hey, guys. It's great to be here tonight.
Absolutely. Welcome back.
Yeah, thanks for having us here once again. The Summer Showdown on the Border here at Mohawk International Raceway. Should be a fun night. Great weather here tonight.
Absolutely. Couldn't have asked for much better here tonight. Beautiful evening at the Mohawk International Raceway. And like you said, getting set for the mini stocks here tonight. Something a little bit different. We have just under 30 cars here tonight going for $800 to win. And a lot of different bonuses up for grabs. We'll talk about those a little bit later, but $800 is a lot for these mini stocks.
Yeah, you got a nice field. I know the pits is packed. They're actually parked outside the pits tonight with all the cars we have in all three divisions here tonight.
It's definitely good to see such a good group of cars out here. CJ Lavere, one of our drivers, our defending champion, put a lot of work in to put this together here tonight as we'll roll out the first group of mini stocks on the evening. We'll walk you through that lineup of cars. Leading them out, the 64 of Brad Jerome. Also out there, the 77 of Todd Fleury. Fleury working his way down the front straightaway now. One of our front runners in the points here at the Mohawk International Raceway. Just waiting on a couple others to work their way on out at this point, and we should have a couple more cars in group number one. Of course, this is time trials as well for the mini stocks tonight. This will set the order for their heat races coming up in just a little bit. Also out there on the racetrack, the 125 of Nick Herndon. The 69 of Mathis LaRose rolling out onto the racetrack as well, making his second start at the Mohawk International Raceway. Previously made a start at Cornwall just this past Sunday, looking to get himself another race here at Mohawk tonight. Daryl rolling into the booth now. We'll bring him on the mic here in just a second. And Daryl, it's been a good night here so far. We took a step back, let the pros do it for the Short Track Super Series here tonight, and we went and hung out with Eric Jean-Louis and friends down in the JLB booth, a couple of booths below us here, and thank them for their hospitality on the evening. Excited, though, to have STSS back with us again tonight. They were here just over 1 year ago for their first visit on, I believe it was August the 6th of 2024.
Right now, we got the mini stocks on track. They're excited to put on a show tonight. They're excited to be on TV here on FloRacing.
Absolutely.
A lot of the guys were talking about that. We went for a pit walk earlier.
Yeah, we had a good time going through the pits here as the green flag's out. We're underway here in hot laps, giving these drivers an opportunity to get their cars wound up and get underway. Also rolling out onto the racetrack a little bit late here in this group is the 94 of O.J. White. Now, this is a really cool car, Daryl. We were walking through the pits earlier. He's got stickers of oranges all over that car, so kind of fitting with the name OJ as he works his way down the back straightaway. First lap on the boards, Todd Fleury with a 21.722. Nick Herndon with a 25.633. So Todd Fleury, 4 seconds quicker than the next quickest car here in group number one.
He was on the gas before the green flag dropped. He was getting there wound up. That's who's on screen right now, Todd Fleury in the number 77 car.
He was absolutely cooking. New look for Fleury again here tonight as we
car
got
into
one
the tire.
around.
We got a car in the tire
That
off
is,
of turn number 3.
Brad Jerome, Daryl, the 64 of Brad Jerome, going to put himself into the tire just down near the restart zone. He'll get himself wound back up and rejoin the field here in just a couple of moments. And again, I want to just give a shout out to all of our bonus sponsors here tonight. I got a big list of them from CJ Lavere earlier on this evening. We'll touch base on a couple of them throughout the evening, and we'll make sure we touch on all of them. Longest tow, again, $100, courtesy of CJ LeVere. $50 to the top Chevy, courtesy of Frank and the Moonlighters. $25 to the second Chevy, courtesy of Frank and the Moonlighters as well. The top Airborne Park Speedway regular gets $50, courtesy of CJ LeVere. $25 to the second runner from the Airborne Park Speedway. First driver on the hook in the A main gets $50, courtesy of the guy at the top of the charts, the 77 of Todd Fleury. Hard Charger gets $25, courtesy of Francis White. Fourth place, fifth place, and sixth place all get $25, courtesy of Francis White, as well as the green flags out. We're back on our way in time trial session number 1 for the mini stocks.
Mini stocks picking up the pace here around the 4/10 of a mile here in Akwesasne at Mohawk International Raceway. Todd Fleury on the gas right away as he will come around and collect the white flag. They
One
gave him
lap to go,
They
yeah.
gave him an extra lap to get the cars wound back up again.
Well, and what you're seeing now is the drivers have had the opportunity to get it wound back up. They're picking up a little bit more pace here on lap number 2. It's still a 2-second gap between Todd Fleury and Nick Harnden at the top of the charts. 21.712 for Fleury, 23.712 for Nick Harnden as he comes around. Checkered flag is out in session number 1. It is the 21.585 for Todd Fleury here on lap number 4. 23.712 for Nick Harnden, and Brad Jerome with a 28.093. Unfortunately for OJ White, transponder not working here in this time trial session, so he just got 4 laps of warm-up. That's about it right there.
Todd Fleury was cooking on the top side, almost went off the track as
he needs a little sip of OJ when he goes back to the pits.
as he pulled into the pit area. Got pretty close to that backstretch wall. Looks like group number 2 of our mini stock division headed out onto the Speedway here.
Yeah, group number 2 rolling on out here. Again, a couple drivers to watch as the 11 car rolls on out. It's Adam Montville in the 11D, followed by the 7X. We had a visit with him in the pits, Connor White. The 21 of Connor Valade out there as well. Francis White in the 60, working his way through turns number 1 and 2. That's a driver, Daryl, that's had a lot of success this season. He's won the last 4 races in a row.
Lots of different winners from different tracks around the Northeast. We got some drivers from as far as Saratoga Springs, New York, which is a good 3.5-hour ride.
It's a little bit of a hike.
Ken Torville, who comes out of Grand Isle, Vermont.
Also out there, we missed them coming out onto the racetrack, the 114 of Felix Lavictoire. That is a feature winner earlier this season. As Connor LeVere also out there on the racetrack in car number 19. As lap number 1 goes up on the boards, it's 21.365 for Adam Montville. That's good enough to go quickest overall. But Corey Valade going to come through. He comes in with a 21.088. That's Josh Vernon Sr. in the 60T tonight. So that's the second of the Francis White machines, and he goes quickest with a 21.051. Corey Valade with the 21.088. As issues for Montville on the front straightaway. He's going to shut it down at the top of turn number 1 as well. The field's coming through like they're racing right now,
Corey
Daryl.
Valade right to the back bumper of Felix Lavictoire and also Matthew Bourgel.
Well, first car to go into the 20s here tonight at 20.713. That's Josh Verne Sr. in the 60T. As the field works their way through 3 and 4, this looks like a heat race out here. White flags out, 1 lap to go. In time trial session number 2, Verne still at the top of the charts. Valade second, Montville third. Fleury with his time a little bit earlier on, good enough for 4th. Matthew Vogel in position number 6 with a 22.018, but Connor James going to come in with a 21.904. That's good enough for 5th quit here in the mini stocks. As the checkered flag is out, Corey Valade improves on lap number 4 to a 20.864. So Verne and Valade up into the 22nd bracket. Connor James not going to improve on lap number 4, but still good enough for 5th quick. As we get set to roll out group number 3, it looks like we got a couple regulars in this group that usually run here with us on Fridays at Mohawk.
So we got Adam Montville from Saratoga, New York. He's sitting on the back straightaway. He had to pull off right before the checkered flag came out. He's going to get some assistance from the MIR safety crew, going to push him back behind the wall. As our next group of mini stocks heads out onto the Speedway, the number 60 is Francis White. Macy Tarbell drives the number 7D. She's from right here in Akwesasne. One of our next cars in line here is going to be the number 5. That's going to be Brandon Bagnotto out of Chateauguay, Quebec, Canada. He drives the number 5 car. He's got that cool little spoiler here on the back.
Yeah, it gives him a little bit of extra aerodynamics down the back straightaway. And rounding out this group, the 38 of Jonathan Caron-Lacoste out of Cowansville, Quebec. So making the long trip down here to the Mohawk International Raceway. And
CJ Levere joining us in the number C4, along with Emily Massey in the 75.
Yes, Emily Massey, multi-time feature winner this season. CJ Levere, the defending track champion. But again, CJ gets a lot of credit for this show here tonight, putting a lot of effort into bringing in some extra cash for these mini stock drivers, and it shows. They came in absolute masses here tonight, 27 cars deep, as green flags out here in session number 3, Darryl.
We're looking at Brandon Bagnotto right now in the number 5 car, and he gets it wound up here on the front straightaway to take the green flag. We'll put some lap times down here at Mohawk International Raceway. Bagnotto had a pretty good run here in his last showing on our previous 20-lap feature, the mini stock Mayhem 20.
Yeah, Matthew Vogel was a quick car in that one as well. Finished up on the podium and set himself up nicely again here tonight as he's going to work his way down the front straightaway.
38 of Jonathan Caron-Lacoste working on getting around the number 5 car of Brandon Bagnotto. Got a little bit swirly there. This is timed hot laps for our mini stock division. Just trying to make the nicest, cleanest, and fastest lap around they can to try to put themselves in a good starting position.
Well, and that's definitely important. You want to set yourself up nicely for the heat races coming up. Actually, no, we're not even going to have heat races here tonight for the mini stock, so it all comes down to time trials. Yeah, and we might have to go through V-main a little bit later on. But if you can set yourself up with a nice lap time here early on, you're going to be well set. As quick time overall, CJ Levere with a 20.686. Emily Massey 5th with a 21.456. So some very quick cars here in session number 3, Darryl.
Francis White to the number 2 position.
Yeah, good time there by Francis White.
Always a quick runner at multiple tracks in the area. Is one to watch for. Final cars, Brandon Bagnotto and Jonathan Caron-Lacoste come across the line to complete their timed hot lap. We still got more mini stocks sitting in staging, awaiting their turn on the Speedway, and they roll out onto the Speedway. The number 42X is Ken Torville. He's out of Grand Isle, Vermont. So he made quite a haul to get here tonight. Cale Manor, one of our regular runners from Ellenburg Center, New York. He drives the number 50. The number 83, Sebastian Raymond Beauregard. Fast wherever he goes. He's on a tear.
Well,
he's looking to get it here at Mohawk.
Sunday night up at Cornwall, they actually had a bounty on that 83, Sebastian Raymond Beauregard. He has been on a tear, 6 victories already in 2025 overall. Looking to get himself another one here tonight. Also out there, the 7 of Antoine Dumichel. And the 22 making his way out onto the racing surface. That is actually the 422 of Tony Frezzo. Strong run last night at Can-Am, looking for another good one here tonight at Mohawk.
Frezzo, a multi-time feature winner here at Mohawk. He was one of the, I think he was finished second last season in the points, right behind CJ Levere. They had a close battle all season, and it came down to the final points race. Another one of the guys that makes his presence known wherever he heads to in his 4-cylinder mini stock division. Travels around the area, around the northeast here. Cale Manor having a good run in that number 50 car. Let's see if he can put his car up on the scoreboard here as he is working with Ken Torville right now. On screen is Sebastian Raymond Beauregard. He's alongside Tony Frezzo down the back straightaway as they're trying to lay down some quick times here. White flag in the air, one more time around the Speedway for these mini stock drivers to set their featured lineup. Again, looking like a heat race. Everybody just stacked right up and too wide.
They don't know anything about spacing right now. They're just going. The only one that has an advantage out here with nobody around him is Antoine Dumichel over in turns number 1 and 2. Of course, we saw his sister Alice make her debut last week in that 7 cars. Checker flag is out here on this group. Quick time still overall, CJ Levere with a 20.686. Looks like we have one final group to come.
That was the final group for our mini stock.
I guess we're missing a couple cars. Didn't make it out here for their time trials. Tyler Woods, Aiden LaRock, and, well, actually, that's about it. So we are going to step aside here on FloRacing. We'll be back in just a couple of moments with your Penske Racing Shocks opening ceremonies. We'll be right back from the Mohawk International Raceway.
And welcome back to FloRacing's live production of the Summer Showdown on the Border here at the Mohawk International Raceway, featuring the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series fueled by Sunoco. Time dirt draft hot laps are in the books. We have found out who both of our Hot Lap Hero Awards recipients are, and with that, let's get a word with them as we will send it down to Jeff Olam.
All right, thank you very much, Earl. Our first Hot Lap Hero tonight is the JLR Technology Sportsman Hot Lap Hero. That'll be Dylan Manson. He'll get the extra cash tonight. Dylan, great comeback after your mechanical issues at the end of last night's Sportsman feature, so you guys got her all fixed up and running real smooth so far.
Yeah, no, Ben and Ian definitely turned the car great around last night. We threw a drive shaft out with 2 to go, so that really hurt. But coming to a new track I've never been to race at, only to watch Brett at. It's really cool to come out, get hot lap. Maybe we can do something in the heat race. Yeah,
that's pretty cool, you guys being able to hit a good setup right out of the box like that. Did the car feel really good when you were out there?
Yeah, no, the car felt awesome. It was probably a little wet in 3 and 4, so the track's only going to get better now, so hopefully we got something better later.
All right, go get them.
Thank you.
All right, Dylan Madsen is your JLR Technology Sportsman Hot Lap Hero. He gets the $50 bonus. And now our ATL Fuel Cell Hot Lap Hero for the modifieds, Chris Raby. He is your current point leader here at the Speedway. So I guess it's fitting that you got the hot lap here, correct?
Yeah, obviously helps when you know the track, and we enjoy racing here every Friday night. Spent a lot of years over here, and it's a great facility. Real happy to have Short Track Super Series here, and I think it'll be a good show again tonight.
Oftentimes when someone does set the quickest time, it's usually early. You came out in the last group and were able to turn that tonight.
Probably a little bit lucky going late, just because I think the track was a little slimy for the first group, so track probably got a little bit quicker, and that's probably why you saw that lap.
All right, best of luck tonight.
All right, thanks a lot.
All right, your ATL Fuel Cell Modified Hot Lap hero is the Mohawk International Raceway point leader here, and he's also a regular with the Short Track Super Series, Chris Raby. He is your ATL Fuel Cell Modified Hot Lap hero. We're going to go back upstairs to Earl Hoon.
Thank you, Jeff Ollum. As everyone's slowly getting ready to get underway with Penske Racing Shock Super. Sorry about that. I had a distraction up here. Penske Racing Shock's opening ceremony is about to get underway here at the Mohawk International Raceway. You can see track crew out there starting to run in that cushion that started to develop during time dirt draft hot laps. While we have a minute, let's look at the point standings for the High Torque of New York Big Block Modifieds. As right now, Matt Shepard is the points leader coming into tonight's event with 686 points. Stuart Friesen in that second spot, 71 points back. But obviously, the top 10 is going to get a little closer. Stuart Friesen, unfortunately, taking a vicious crash last week and unfortunately got some injuries. That's going to take some time to heal. David A. Bear sits in that third spot, only 126 points back of Matt Shepard. Jack Lehner, fourth, and Chris Raby in that fifth spot, 232 points back of Matt Shepard. You see the rest of the top 10 there on your screen. Matt Shepard, Stuart Friesen both sharing, and Matt Williamson after last night's win. Those three drivers are sharing 2 wins apiece with the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series High Torque of New York North region. We mentioned in 213 events, we have had 43 different winners. Matt Shepard leads all drivers in the win category. He has 55 career Short Track Super Series wins. Last win came when we were north of the border at the Autodrome Granby on July 22nd. Matt Williamson able to get his 8th career win last night over at Can-Am. Stuart Friesen has 54 career wins with STSS. Ryan Godown sits third on the all-times win list with 13. And Anthony Perego sits fourth with 11 victories. Looks like we are just about set. Let's send it down to Jeff Ollum for this evening's Penske Racing Shock's opening ceremonies.
All right, thank you very much, Earl. Once again, we welcome everyone tonight to Mohawk International Raceway. Tonight, Mohawk hosts the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series fueled by Sunoco for the second consecutive season with the Summer Showdown on the border. Short Track Super Series Modifieds tonight compete for a $10,000 payout. And there will be a High Torque of New York 50-lap modified North Region event. The Madsen Overhead Door Sportsman will be going for a North Region modified. The Sportsman will be doing a Madsen Overhead Door North Region Sportsman debut tonight here at Mohawk International Raceway. On behalf of the Short Track Super Series at Mohawk International Raceway, everyone here at the Speedway, we thank you for attending tonight or watching live on FloRacing. We hope you enjoy the show for tonight's Summer Showdown on the border. It's time for our opening ceremony, so if you'll be kind enough to rise, please. We'll begin tonight with our invocation. First Series Chaplain Greg Nitz.
Thank you. We have some prayer requests. Thomas Van Vorst, Doug Elkins, and Guy Matson. These are all part of our racing family that are in ill. And we have Tanner Robertson that's battling some illness as well. And, of course, we have Team Friesen recovering, all them in the adjustments in life that they have. And with that brought me the thoughts today in this prayer. Love is not our movie, and all man has in it is time. A short time here and a long time gone. And if we are thankful for our part in the movie and with an attitude of gratitude, God changes the lens we see through. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, Lord God, we thank you for the opportunity, just your words, your truth, Lord, here at Mohawk today with the Short Track Super Series. Lord, we just trust that your hand of mercy and guardian angels will just be over everyone here, meet our needs, but Lord, but most of all, help us to just rest in the peace that only comes from you, and that truly is because of your love, mercy, and grace. It's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Greg. First, we'll begin tonight with the singing of the Canadian National Anthem and salute our friends to the north. Would you please welcome series starter Joe Chris to perform O Canada.
O Canada, terre de nos aïeux, ton front descend de flot glorieux, car ton bras sait porter le pays, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God, keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you, Joe. And now we shall salute the United States of America, the flag, the country, and the brave servicemen and women of the U.S. military forces with the singing of the USA National Anthem. Once again, Joe Chris to perform the Star-Spangled Banner.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
If you remain standing, ladies and gentlemen, at this time we'll introduce one of track announcers here at the Speedway, Darrell Mitchell, with the Mohawk Thanksgiving prayer.
Nene yaki sutta sutta neka galakwa de no sungwaji agyoka neka galakwa agwego skana is one Antonio nene skana agwego gasa stasla gyunki awis sa oyela Ladies and gentlemen, Mohawk International Raceway, let's put your hands together for the Short Track Super Series.
Thank you, Daryl. Thank you, Daryl. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks again to Donovan Lucier, Dylan Madsen, and Joshua Jock for displaying the flags tonight in our Penske Racing Shock opening ceremonies. We're going to step aside for a quick commercial. We'll be right back with our first qualifying heat of the evening.
Ollie's deals are so good, you won't believe the prices.
Can this price be real?
This has to be a joke. It's no joke. This store is amazing. You have to see it for yourself. Ollie's Bargain Outlet sells famous brand name merchandise at up to 70% off the fancy store prices. Bargains on housewares, toys, bed and bath, books, food, gifts, and so much more. Hurry in to get the deals now, because when they're gone, they're gone.
Ollie!
Good stuff, cheap.
From Niagara to the Hudson, from Champlain to Erie, from nuclear to farming, High Torque of New York is your one-stop shop for torque tool and industrial bolting needs. Easily loosen or achieve accurate torque and bolt load with pneumatic, battery, or hydraulic-powered units. Serving every industry, mining and aggregates, transportation, energy, structural steel, and rail. On-site torque wrench calibration and repair, sales and rentals, training, bolting solutions, and more.
Welcome back, everyone. We're here at Mohawk International Raceway for the Summer Showdown of the Border. Heat number 1 rolling to the Speedway. For the Madison Overhead Door North Region Short Track Super Series Sportsman pole position, driving the 37, Mark Oliver McCarthy alongside the 9S is Christian Smoke. Second row to the inside, the 03 from Hogansburg, Joshua Jock. Alongside the 21 is Jackson Welling. Third row to the inside, the 314 is Nick Millett, and alongside the 34K is Keegan Neer. Fourth row will be the 9 of Joe Toth out of Upper Makefield, Pennsylvania, 35D of Dylan Moore from Elgin, Ontario. The final row will be Fire Swamp on the 88 and the 14K of Carl Potvin. Here they come.
First heat race of the night here at Mohawk International Raceway with the Short Track Super Series Sportsman underway 2 by 2 as they make their way down the back straightaway. Mark Oliver McCarthy, he's going to jump out to the early lead, and he will lead lap number 1.
Running in the number 2 spot right now, Christian Smoke heading down the straightaway into the turn. Battle for that number 2 spot as they work out of the corner now. Jock putting the pressure on Joshua Jock, who was last week's modified winner here at Mohawk, working out of the turn. He's in position number 3.
Heat races for the Sportsmen tonight are going to be 8 laps distance. Top 5 drivers moving on into the feature event. Top 3 finishers out of the heat races go into the BA Custom Headers redraw. Lap starting to click away. The leader, Mark Oliver McCarthy, he's out to a 7/10 second lead.
Remember, 5 will qualify out of each of the 4 heats. 3 go to the redraw. Right now, Joe Toth down the back straightaway started on the inside of row number 4. He is in position number 4, closing in on the top 3. He's got a qualifying spot, looking for a redraw spot. He's followed by the 314 of Nick Millett. He's in the 5th and final qualifying spot.
Yeah, Joe Toth in the 9J working the bottom side of the racetrack, trying to close in. Joshua Jock, who is 3rd, and Christian Smoke, who runs in the runner-up spot. We want to let you know that right now, sitting in P5, that final transfer is Nick Mallet in the 314.
Yeah, he was being pressured from behind, but now beginning to pull away. Joshua Jock looking for position 2 out of turn 4. He will take it to the inside of Smoke down the front straightaway. Toth now moving in, looking for a redraw spot.
We're going to see the exotic brand white flag this time by Toth trying to make it in to a redraw spot. Looks down low at Christian Smoke still. Smoke smooth as great off the bottom.
McCarthy still leading the way. He's got a pretty comfortable lead now as they work into the turn and head down the back straightaway. Joshua Jock trying to catch him as they work into the turn. Sunoco Checker coming this time.
Off of 4. Mark Oliver McCarthy is going to get the heat race win. Second goes to Joshua Jock. And in that 3rd and final redraw spot is going to be Christian Smoke. 4th goes to Joe Toth and Nick Mallet, finishing in that 5th and final transfer into the feature event.
So the 37, Mark Oliver McCarthy, the winner. The 03, Joshua Jock, 2nd. And the 9 of Christian Smoke, your top 3 to the redraw, followed by the 9 of Joe Toth and the 314 of Nick Mallet, your top 5 to qualify. Heat 2 lining up this way. Driving in the Lions Goodfellow Furniture 35B, Brennan Moore. Alongside of him, the 54G, Greg Snyder from Peoria, New York. Second row to the inside, driving the Joliet Nissan 95 Junior, Jacob Nadeau. Alongside of him, the Klinger Power Sports 9K, Blaine Klinger. Third row to the inside, the 42 will be Kent Miller out of Morrisburg, Ontario. Alongside of him, the point leader here at Mohawk in the 0, Shane Pecor from Cornwall, Ontario. Row 4, the 7D, Brian Tarbell from Akwesasne, alongside the 1R Junior. That's Garen Thompson from right here in Akwesasne. And the final row, the 38S, Sean Imbeau from Quebec, and the 2-star of Cedric Govro, also from Chelsea, Quebec. Lineup for heat number 2. Here they come, 8 laps, 5 to qualify.
Brennan Moore is going to lead the Thunder Herd in the turns number 1 and 2. Has no start. Chief starter here with STSS. Joe Chris says no here on this one.
Looks like they're not quite lined up. Sometimes we go right back to another green. That was not the case this time.
So drivers being told over the one-way radio system, they got to be side by side, nose to tail, when they come to the Sunoco start zone there in turn 4. Who are going to be the next 5 drivers to transfer directly through this heat race into the feature event? Who are going to be the next 3 drivers to make it into tonight's BA Custom Headers redraw? Slow pace down the back straightaway.
So we went through Dirt Draft Hot Laps, Penske Racing Shock opening ceremonies, and now we're into our official competition here tonight. Heat 2 for the Madison Overhead Door North Region Sportsman into the Sunoco starting zone. We got a good start this time.
Jumped out to the early lead as they are side by side right behind him. Greg Snyder finding some bite. He will go into the runner-up spot as they are still 2 by 2 and almost 3 wide here off of 4 for that third spot.
Here comes Blaine Klinger down the straightaway. Another driver who never saw this racetrack until tonight heading into the corner. He's got the left front hiked off the racetrack. He'll grab third spot down the back. Look at that log jam. 4 cars battling for the last 2 qualifying positions.
Kent Miller in that 42 ugly turn this year at MIR. Got a 3-car battle for that 5th and final transfer right now.
Snyder moving the 54 up a notch. He's in position 4. He's followed by the 42. Next in line, Kent Miller. Meanwhile, way out in front is Brennan Moore from Elkin, Ontario, setting the pace. The second place car right now, heading down the back, is Jacob Nadeau. We saw him up at Granby a couple of weeks ago. He's closing in on the leader halfway home.
4 laps to go, and the second place car, Jacob Nadeau, is closing on the leader of Brennan Moore. He has it down to 0.6 of a second. Also, the track is still very, very fast right now. We are still in the mid-16-second bracket. 3 laps to go this time.
Sean and Lowe in the 38 started last in this field. He's closing in now on the 42 of Miller. Miller in that last qualifying spot, but he's getting pressure from Imbo from behind as they work down the backstretch. This time by will be 2 to go, and Nadeau still closes in on the leader Moore.
Car length separates Nadeau from Moore. 2 laps to go. Can Nadeau steal the heat race win away from Moore? Nose to tail right now. Jeff, we got a battle for the lead.
Yes, we do. We'll get the exotic brand white flag. 1 lap remaining in heat number 2. Charging into the turn right now. Moore continuing to lead the way. Nadeau putting on the pressure as they work the final lap down the backstretch.
Into 3 and 4 for the final time. Sunoco checker flag is waving. Brennan Moore is going to win the second heat race of the night over the 95 junior of Jacob Nadeau. Blaine Klinger third, Greg Snyder fourth, and Kent Miller finishing in P5. That final transfer spot into the feature event.
35B, Brennan Moore, your winner. 95 junior, Jacob Nadeau second. The 9K, Blaine Klinger third, going to the redraw. 54G, Greg Snyder also qualifying along with a 42 of Kent Miller. All right, heat number 3 rolling to the Speedway, driving out in the New Edge Diamond Services number 9G. Your point leader in the Madison Overhead Door North region will be the 9G of Tyler Pete. Alongside of him, the 10X is Corey Castell. He's in the CMC Auto Repair race car. Second row to the inside, the 21L. That will be Skylar Ladosor from Cornwall. Alongside of him, last night's winner, driving in the Boys & O number 61L, Donovan Lucier. Third row to the inside, the 92T, Tristan Ladosor. And alongside the 72B is Brandon Beauregard. Row 4 with 7S of Ja'Cory Thompson Arquette. The 14 of Ty David and the 44X of Taylor Doxtater. Heat number 3 takes the green, 5 to qualify.
Cars already making contact here on the opening lap here for the third heat race of the night. We come around to complete the first lap. It's going to be Tyler Pete side by side right behind him for second.
Working down the back straightaway, Pete having a much better start to his night than he did last night. He had a fight from behind, ended up with a top 5 finish at the end of the night, but he's leading the way here in heat number 3 and quickly moving to second spot as last night's winner, Donovan Lucier.
Laps start to click off here for heat race number 3 for the Sportsmen. Right now sitting in that very important third and final redraw spot is the 10X Corey Castell. Going on, so you know what? 21L. Skylar Ladosor right there closing in on Castell for third.
This time by halfway, cross flags from Joe Crest. Third place on back is getting tight down the straightaway. Ladosor, following him is the 92 Tristan Ladosor. So Skylar Ladosor and Tristan Ladosor running in contention for that third spot as they work down the back straightaway. Meanwhile up front, it is still Donovan Lucier trying to track down Tyler Pete.
checkered brand white flag. This time by, Twin Sticks. We're going to see the 2-lap signal this time by. Now, Pete is starting to pull away from Lucier.
Working down the front straightaway, Chandler Dockstader and the 72 Brandon Beauregard trying to move in the contention. Coming up from the back of the pack, losing time here. This time we'll get the exotic brand white flag. 1 lap to go for Tyler Pete, with Donovan Lucier giving chase, heading into the corner right now, holding down third. Will continue to be Corey Castell as we work toward a Sunoco checker.
What a tremendous heat race as Tyler Pete will come off the 4 for the final time and see the Sunoco checker. He will end the 3rd heat race of the night. Donovan Lucier finishing second. Castell, 10X finishing third. Right now, as they cross the line in the 4th spot is going to be the 21L of Skylar Ladisor and Tristan Ladisor finishing in P5.
Yeah, they were side by side. That's a transponder call on that one. So Tyler Pete, the 9G, the winner of the 61L, Donovan Lucier, and the 10X of Corey Castell. Your transfers to the redraw, 21L, Skylar Ladisor, and the 92T, Tristan Ladisor, also qualify. Heat 4, driving the 82H, the Lamb Speed Shack entry of David Hackett on the pole. Alongside of him, the Schweigert Sugar Shack, number 12, George Schweigert III. Row number 2 to the inside of the Madsen overhead door, 89, Dylan Madsen. Alongside of him, driving the Pocono Transportation, 349, Garrett Chilla. 3rd row, the M70 will be Billy Cook from Hogansburg. Alongside of him, the Stones Pharmacy, 27, Michael Ballestero. He is out of Saratoga Springs, New York. Looks like we're going to pack down the marbles a little bit here this time. Row number 4 to the inside will be the 87C of Christopher Cordeau. Christopher is in the AS Construction, number 87. Alongside of him, driving in the Williams Construction 123, Dale Welty from Montour Falls, New York. And the final starting spot, the 51, is Matthew Beret. Matthew Beret in the number 51. He will be your final scheduled starter here in heat race number 4. He's in the Excel Cable Services, number 51. So that is the starting grid for heat number 4.
We're going to let these guys idle around at a slow speed, like you said, to pack in the marbles, to try to widen out this track surface. Still very narrow at this time, but a lot of racing is still to be had here tonight. And we mentioned it, the more racing you have, the slower the track is going to get, the wider it is going to get as well, and it's going to produce some tremendous racing.
Thanks again to Modified North Region title sponsor High Torque of New York. Are you putting the torque in New York? High Torque of New York, your one-stop shop for all torque, tool, and industrial bolting needs. They offer rentals, sales, solutions, and training, as well as on-site torque wrench calibration and repair of all manual, pneumatic, hydraulic, and battery-powered torque wrenches. Visit at High Torque New York on Facebook and X. Looks like we are ready to go with heat number 4 for the Madsen Overhead Door North Region Sportsman. Here they come.
Field comes to life at the Sunoco start zone. Final heat race for the Sportsman is underway. Great side-by-side start as the field makes their way down the back straightaway. Keep your eye on the 89 of Dylan Madsen. Remember, he was tonight's Hot Lap Hero Award as we are almost 3 wide off of turn number 4 for the lead.
We got a little trouble in turn 4. One car connecting with a couple of the equipment tires in the inside apron, as we had a battle going up from George Schweigert III, who timed very well tonight into the top spots. Remember, we did the Dirt Draft Hot Laps for the Sportsman. The top 3 cars were inverted from the timing session, so the fastest car in each of the heat races will be starting 3rd, the 3rd fastest on the pole. The rest of them will drop in heads up. For the modified division, since there were 3 heats, the top 4 cars in each group were inverted for the heat races, so the 4th fastest starts in 4th spot and the 4th fastest on the pole. The 87C, the car involved down here in the turn, that is Christopher Cordeau. He was scheduled to start 7th in this one. He is the caution flag. We do have 1 lap scored. The safety team out there to assist him. We thanked High Torque of New York, our North Region Modified sponsor. Our next race on the Short Track Super Series will be a couple of weeks away. That'll be August 21st in a South Region event at the New Egypt Speedway, New Egypt, New Jersey. Thanks to our New Jersey Quality Drywall Modified South Region sponsor. New Jersey Quality Drywall, owned and operated by former modified driver Dave Whitty. New Jersey Quality Drywall, founded in 1980 and incorporated nearly a quarter century ago in 1999. New Jersey Quality Drywall services the tri-state, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and New York area and beyond with residential and commercial work. Residential capabilities include furnishing and installing drywall from single-family homes to large developments. Their commercial work includes steel framing, insulation drywall, acoustic ceilings, and commercial fit-outs. New Jersey Quality Drywall can be reached at 908-835-1880 or 908-303-9040 or email wittygroup@gmail.com. Our North Region Sportsman sponsor is Madsen Overhead Doors. Madsen Overhead Doors of Spencertown, New York, a recognizable name in Northeast Modified Racing. Madsen Overhead Doors has been family owned and operated for 4 generations since 1954. They offer residential, commercial, industrial, and loading dock equipment along with all garage door needs. A fleet of 18 sales, service, and installation trucks are equipped daily for installations and service. Madsen Overhead Doors covering the Capital District of New York, parts of the Hudson Valley, the Berkshires of Massachusetts, Litchfield County, Connecticut, Bennington County, Vermont, and surrounding areas. Madsen Overhead Doors located on State Route 203, Spencertown, New York, can be found on the web at MadsenOverheadDoors.com or reached by phone at 518-392-3883, 518-392-3883. When we get a chance, we'll say thank you to our Sportsman South Region sponsor, Belmont's Garage. Looks like we are getting ready to go green here. Heat race number 4, 1 lap down, 7 laps remaining. Leading the way right now is George Schweigert III. He and his family do maple syrup in their hometown area of Woodhull, New York. The Schweigert Sugar Shack, number 12, ready to head back to the green. Here they come.
Side by side, back down in the turns number 1 and 2. Dylan Madsen losing a spot there. Trying to come back by, as I believe that's Garrett Chillett right now running third. Madsen inside, side by side, off of turn number 4.
David Hackett was able to grab the lead away from Schweigert on the restart, and he pulls out. Schweigert now battling for the last redraw spot. Chillett now down the back straightaway to the inside. He grabs position number 2, and here comes Madsen. Madsen and Schweigert battle, and they got more competition here out of turn number 4 as Michael Ballestero in the 27 moves into competition.
Ballestero started 6th in this one, slowly working his way up through the field as he runs in position number 4. This time by, the field is going to see the halfway sign, 4 laps in and 4 to go.
Down the straightaway now, Madsen here down the last redraw spot. Chasing after Garrett Chillett, heading down the back straightaway, following them now, Ballestero and Schweigert. Schweigert now looks like he has a little bit of a push in that number 12. He's dropped back into position number 5, trying to hold on to the last qualifying spot. He's angling the car into the corner, trying to get that car to go through the turns.
Battle for the runner-up spot and starting to shape up. Have a battle for that 5th and final transfer. 2 laps to go when they get back to the stripe. David Hackett out to a healthy lead right now. It's over a second.
Hackett continuing to lead the way and pull away as they work down the back. Dylan Madsen trying to close in on Garrett Chillett, this time by the exotic brand White Flag. 1 lap to go. Madsen looking to the inside of Chillett down the front straightaway.
And Madsen complete the pass this time. They're off of turn number 2. Chillett took that line away, says no, sir. Not now, as the field is going to see the snow code checker flag this time by off of 4. Hackett, he will get the dub side by side down to the stripe. Garrett Chillett will finish in the runner-up spot. Dylan Madsen in third. Michael Ballestero finishing in 4th, and George Schweigert finishing in that 5th and final transfer.
So David Hackett, the 82H, is your winning driver. 349 Garrett Chillett is 2nd. 89 Dylan Madsen 3rd, going to the redraw, followed by the 27 of Michael Ballestero and the 12 of George Schweigert III. All right, 4 heats complete for the Madsen Overhead Door North Region Sportsman. Now the High Torque in New York North Region Modified pole position, driving out of Stanley, the MP Delivery 7Z, Zach Payne alongside of him. Driving the GoGro Transport 22C is Cedric Govro. 2nd row to the inside. Driving in the St. Lawrence Rheology number 19, Tim Fuller alongside of him. The S&W Service Center number 6, Matt Williamson. Row 3 to the inside. Driving in the SMS Enterprises number 7S, Sean Shaw alongside of him. Driving the 45 Junior, the R&R Automotive entry is Preston Forbes. Row 4, driving the Madsen Overhead Door 02, Jack Lehner alongside of him. Driving the AAC Contracting 83D is Dustin Bradley. Final starting spot for the Quality Forestry Manager number 28, of Michael Troutschultz. We go green. We've got an in-car camera in this one down the back straightaway. The Ginger Ninja, the O2, has the in-car camera. Here they come.
Right now he's up in the 5th as we come around lap number 1. Zach Payne jump out to the early lead. Laner trying to advance his spot and get by Sean Shaw, who runs in 5th.
Remember, 8 laps, 6 qualify, 4, actually they all qualify. 4 cars will go to the redraw. 4 to the redraw. Into the turn, Zach Payne's got the early lead. Tim Fuller down the back straightaway, running in position number 2.
Matt Williamson right now running in that 4th position, has a lot of speed as he runs into the inside of Gavreau. Gavreau scoots straight in there. Track's still very fast, however, we're starting to see the cushion get wider and wider here during these heat races.
Yeah, we are. Down the back straightaway now. Cedric Gavreau doing double duty today. He's in 3rd. He's getting some pressure now from Money Matt. They hold down the last 2 redraw spots. Then we got Shaw and the O2 of Laner next in line halfway through. Heat 1 for the High Torque New York North Region Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series Modifieds.
We're in the 15-second bracket, so track is still very, very tacky right now. Racer tires really hooked up here at the Mohawk International Raceway as we're going to have 2 laps to go this time by. Still, Matt Williamson trying to get by Gavreau there for 3rd, and Jack Laner has tracked down Sean Shaw, the 7S, who runs in 5th.
Yeah, Shaw's in 5th, Laner's in 6th. Again, everybody qualifies tonight. 4 go to the redraw. The Barron's Performance Warehouse white flag is waving. 1 lap to go, and it's still the 7Z. Zach Payne leading the way over the veteran Timmy Fuller as they work their way down the back straightaway, looking for the Sunoco checker.
Off of 4, Zach Payne will win heat race number 1 for the Big Block Modified. 2nd will go to Tim Fuller. 3rd, Cedric Monroe. 4th, Matt Williamson. Sean Shaw finishing in 5th.
So your top 4 to the redraw, the 7Z, Zach Payne, the winner of the 19, Tim Fuller gets 2nd, 22C. Cedric Gavreau is 3rd, and the 6th, Matt Williamson, 4th. They go to the redraw. Again, everybody is qualifying. 7S Sean Shaw and the O2 Jack Laner complete the top 6. Heat 2 lining up this way. The A to Z Property Maintenance number 27B, Robert Bublak, and alongside of him, driving in the 3M, that is the Shindigs on the River number 3M of Franklin Mackin. 2nd row to the inside, the Pale Racing 1 is David Hebert, and alongside of him, driving in the 25P, Mikel Perrant. Mikel Perrant in the Ultra number 25P. Row 3 to the inside, driving in the Exotica Dispensary 35, Thomas Cook alongside. In the Gamache Towing number 91, Felix Waugh. Row number 4 to the inside, driving in the 3TK Nutrition 44, Casey Swamp. And the final starting spot is the Shoeback Sod Farm Bears Performance Warehouse 15M of Daniel Morgavitz. Heat number 2 underway. Again, everybody qualifies 4. We'll go to the redraw down the back. We have a battle for the lead.
Michael Bublak, Robert Bublak will bring him down to the line. David A. Bear running 2nd. He will take the lead away off of turn number 2 from Bublak.
Down the back straightaway, the Grand Canadian champion David Hebert, the 9-time champion at Autodrome Granby, leading the way out of the turn. Down the straightaway, Bublak next in line, then the 25 of Mikel Perrant. Perrant now challenging Bublak for 2nd. Waugh is racing in position number 4, working down the backstretch.
25P of Mikel Perrant really shines great speed here in the 2nd. Modified pulls to the inside of Bublak, side by side as they make their way off of turn number 2. Bublak, does he take that line away? No, he cannot. Mikel Perrant, he's up into 2nd.
David Hebert currently 3rd in High Torque New York North Region Modified points. Entering the program is just walking away from the field. Mikel Perrant in 2nd spot, followed by Bublak. Then Waugh is next in line as they work down the back straightaway. Working through the corner now behind Waugh, who has the last redraw spot. We've got the 3 of Mackin and the 35 of Cook.
David Hebert, the great Canadian champion, almost out to a 3-second lead as we just have 2 more laps to go. Mikel Perrant still running in that that second position in Robert Bublak in P3.
This time by the Barron's Performance Warehouse. White flag will wave. 1 lap to go. The Pale Racing 1 is flying here tonight. He's running up on the top lane right near the cushion. Mikel Perrin trying to catch him. We got one in trouble here in turn number 4. Caution lights are on. An SRI Performance caution, not a good sign. A little smoke coming out of the 15 of Dan Morgevitz. Dan had such a solid run so far this season for the Short Track Super Series. Even got a modified win under his belt at the Accord Speedway where he runs on Friday nights. But right now, he is out of the car quickly. You saw a quick flare up there. We don't know if we had some oil out on the headers or what happened there, but they're calling for the hook. The 15 of Daniel Morgevitz, the Schubach Sod Farms, Barron's Performance Warehouse, Schossler's Garden, and Farm Equipment number 15M out of Goshen, New York. That's down near the Orange County Fair Speedway. Rolling to a stop over here in the corner. Well, Earl, David Hebert checking out. Is this a preview of tonight's feature?
It could be. Almost had a 3-second lead. It was 2.988. He was licking his chops as they were almost about to get back to the Sunoco checker flag, but now this puts Mikel Perrin right on his tail coming when we have this restart.
Thank you to our Sportsman South Region sponsor, Belmont's Garage. Belmont's Garage founded by Chick Belmont. Andy Belmont now serving as the Langhorne Business Manager. Belmont's Garage providing general auto and truck repair, servicing all brands of vehicles. Pennsylvania licensed RV and trailer inspection. Pennsylvania licensed motorcycle inspection, serving as a certified emergency vehicle repair center. Belmont's Garage utilizing ASC certified technicians. Belmont's Garage located on West Maple Avenue in Langhorne, Pennsylvania. Visit them on the web at belmontsgarage.com or give them a call at 215-757-3813, 215-757-3813, or like Belmont's Garage on Facebook. Belmont's Garage, our Sportsman South Region sponsor. Madsen Overhead Door, our Sportsman North Region sponsor. New Jersey Quality Drywall, our Modified South Region sponsor. And High Torque of New York, our Modified North Region title sponsor. All right, looks like we are getting lights out here. The SRI Performance Caution lights have been extinguished. We're going to go back to green. Heat number 2 for the Short Track Super Series Modified. Second ever appearance here at Mohawk International Raceway. The Summer Showdown on the border. 50-lap feature tonight, $10,000 to the winner. Ready to go racing.
We're going to have a 1-lap shootout. They come to the Sunoco restart zone. Green flag is back out. David Hebert down low. Here comes Mikel Perrin. They are side by side as they haul the mill into turns number 3 and 4. Hebert down low, washes up the hill. Checker flag is out, and he is going to win heat race number 2. Mikel Perrin finish in second, and Felix Waugh will finish in that 3rd spot. Robert Bublak in 4th, and Franklin Matkin in the 3M finishing in 5th.
So how about that 1-lap dash to the checker? The 1 of David Hebert, the 25 Mikel Perrin, 25P, the 91 of Felix Waugh, and the 27B Robert Bublak are your 4 cars to the redraw. Here's your lineup for heat number 3. Pole position, the 18 junior is Louis Jackson Jr. He's on the pole position. He's sponsored in the Firehouse Pizza. Alongside of him, the Herlock Automan Speed 9S, Matt Jeppard, 2nd row inside. The Twin Leaf Store 66X, Kerry Terrence. Alongside of him, the Walker.com 01 of Chris Rabby. Row 3 to the inside. Driving in the Dapper Dog Grooming 60, Jackson Gill. Alongside of him, driving in the 55, that is the flat vertical concrete sponsored race car of Matt Woodruff. Final row, the 04. 04 of DJ Gagno, and the 74 of Lucas Fuller. Heat number 3 takes the green. Down the back straightaway here for tonight's Summer Showdown on the border into the turn. Rabby will grab position number 2.
Matt Shepard is going to be the leader. Rabby in that runner-up spot. Lou Jackson Jr. running in 3rd, but he's going to be challenged by Kerry Terrence. Terrence looking to the inside right now, side by side of the flag stand.
Charging down the straightaway into the turn. Right now we got a 3-car battle for that third spot as they work down the back. Louis Jackson Jr., track regular here, being pursued now by Kerry Terrence into the corner. Right behind him, Jackson Gill out of the turn, battling for that last couple of redraw positions heading into the turn. 3 down and 5 to go. Jackson on the outside and Kerry Terrence on the inside.
Terrence going to take the short way around Jackson. Jackson up on 2 wheels. How about it? That's a midget right there. I thought it was. He biked the car going into turn 3, brings it back down on all fours, but unfortunately he's going to lose a spot to Jackson Gill, who moves up into P4.
Yeah, he actually lost 2 spots now. Kerry Terrence now 3rd, Jackson Gill 4th. And that'll move Louis Jackson back to position 5 out of the redraw. Following him was Lucas Fuller in position 6. This time around, the 2-lap signal. Hurlock Automan Speed 9S will be Matt Shepard leading the way. He has more heat wins in the North Region, High Torque New York North Region this season than any other driver. He's the defending High Torque New York champion and the current point leader, taking over the point lead after last night's show from Stuart Friesen. Here they come into the turn. We'll get the Bears Performance Warehouse white flag. 1 lap to go.
Final time around. Chris Robbie's slowly catching the leader, Matt Shepard. I'm pretty sure it's going to be too little too late as Shepard will sail the 9S in the turns number 3 and 4 for the final time. Sunoco checker flag is out. Shepard wins the final heat race for the Short Track Super Series Big Block Modifieds over Chris Robbie. Kerry Terrence in 3rd, Jackson Gill in 4th, and Luke Jackson finishing in P5.
All right, your winning driver, the 9S, Matt Shepard. 9S and Matt Shepard, the winner of the 01 Chris Raby, the 66X Kerry Terrence, and the 60 of Jackson Gill are the 4 cars to the redraw, followed by Louis Jackson Jr. and the 74 of Lucas Fuller. So that completes qualifying heats for the modifieds. Zach Payne, David Hebert, and Matt Shepard are the winning drivers of tonight's Short Track Super Series modified heat races. After Mark Oliver McCarthy, Brennan Moore, Tyler Pete, and David Hackett picked up the wins in the 4 qualifying heat races for the Short Track Super Series Sportsman. Mini stocks are scheduled to go with qualifying next. We'd like to say thanks to some of our presenting marketing partners. Dig Race Products. Since 2016, Dig Race Products has focused solely on Northeast Dirt modified shocks and suspension tuning. Located centrally in New York State, Dig is the industry leader in trackside shock and setup support. The hands-on at-the-track approach is what leads to design and development in delivering the highest quality shock absorbers in the dirt oval track market. Take your program to the next level and feel the difference on Dig. Learn more at 607-218-6282. Info at digraceproducts.com. Like Dig Race Products on Facebook. Follow at Dig Race Products on Instagram or visit digraceproducts.com. Also, St. Lawrence Radiology, led by Dr. Michael Moreska. St. Lawrence Radiology Associates providing radiology services throughout New York, Pennsylvania, and Maine. All right, a short break here in the action at Mohawk International Raceway. We are going to step aside and come back with the BA Custom Headers redraw. You're watching the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series fueled by Sunoco from Mohawk International Raceway, the summer showdown on the border. Redraw for the modified Sportsman. Concessions are up and around the Speedway here. Also, the Short Track Super Series apparel is available behind the grandstand as well. So, plenty of things to check out here. We were scheduled for a mini stock B-main. They're not having heat races tonight. They have B-main scheduled after our modified Sportsman heats. No B-main is necessary. All cars on there tonight will be starting. They set the lineup for the feature by the time tonight. So, there's no B-main necessary. The mini stocks are running into a BA Custom Headers redraw will be followed by consolation events for Sportsman and modified, setting up the stage for tonight's feature event.
And also, we'd like to invite all of our younger race fans to the base of the flag stand to participate in tonight's BA Custom Headers redraw for all divisions here tonight. So once again, all of our younger race fans, if you want, you can head down to the base of the flag stand. So again, for any of our younger race fans that are here at the Mohawk International Raceway, if you would like to partake in tonight's BA Custom Headers redraw, go for the .com and Sportsman. Start to make your way down to the base of the flag stand.
Ollie's deals are so good, you won't believe the prices.
Can this price be real?
This has to be a joke. It's no joke. This store is amazing. You have to see it for yourself. Ollie's Bargain Outlet sells famous brand name merchandise at up to 70% off the fancy store prices. Bargains on housewares, toys, bed and bath, books, food, gifts, and so much more. Hurry in to get the deals now, because when they're gone, they're gone.
Ollie!
Good stuff, cheap.
From Niagara to the Hudson, from Champlain to Erie, from nuclear to farming, High Torque of New York is your one-stop shop for torque tool and industrial bolting needs. Easily loosen or achieve accurate torque and bolt load with pneumatic battery or hydraulic powered units. Serving every industry, mining and aggregates, transportation, energy, structural steel and rail. On-site torque wrench calibration and repair, sales and rentals, training, bolting solutions, and more.
And welcome back to the Mohawk International Raceway for the Summer Showdown on the Border, featuring the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series, fueled by Sunoco. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Earl Hoon Jr. Jeff Olam is down in front as we are about to get underway with tonight's BA Custom Headers redraw. And with that, let's send it down to Jeff.
All right, thank you, Earl. Drivers are assembling here. We have the Bob Hilbert Sportswear hats ready for tonight's redraw. All right, if you want to step back just a little bit so everybody can see the hats, we have the Sportsman first. First up to draw will be Mark Oliver McCarthy. Mark Oliver McCarthy. Drivers pick a youngster, and they can help you. Yeah, he can pick for you. He can pick a hat, and then after they pick the hat, they get the hat, and you get the number. So what do you think? You won the first heat tonight. How things look for you?
Yeah, I'll take it because it's my first ever heat win. It's my second year in regular Sportsman, so we're just trying to have fun. Our goal tonight was just come here and make the features, so I guess we'll be happy with that.
All right, see what you come up with. Number 8. Perfect. Number 8 for Mark Oliver McCarthy. Next up to draw will be Brennan Moore. Brennan Moore won heat number 2. So pick a youngster, and they can pick a hat for you. All right. So what do you think, Brennan? You won your heat race tonight. How'd things turn around here? So you're on television. So what do you think? Race tonight, so things started off pretty good for you.
Yeah, we weren't really expecting to be able to run with these guys, but it was pretty much hammered down right around the tires, so hopefully it slicks up a bit in the feature so we stand a better chance.
All right, you keep the hat, he gets the number. What do you got?
Number 3.
Number 3. There you go, young man. You keep that hat. Number 3 for Brendan Moore. Tyler Pete next up to draw. Tyler Pete, he can pick a youngster. All right, Tyler, so you had a charge from behind last night to get third. Starting off a little bit differently tonight, you had a good run in the Dirt Draft Hot Laps, and now you got yourself a heat win tonight.
Yeah, I feel pretty good tonight, a little tight. I thought the place was going to be a little slippery a little earlier, but we'll get there. I know Donnie was coming for me, so we'll see what happens here in the feature. Just want to thank my car owners, Dakota and Kayla, for helping me get here, and hopefully we drew a good number.
What do you got?
Number 7.
Number 7 for Tyler Pete, number 7. All right, next up will be David Hackett. David Hackett. David Hackett. All right, David, come on over here. We'll do some talking over here. Bring his hat over here. So, all right, David, so what do you think? You got your night off to a really good start. You had a heat win, and what's the game plan for the feature?
Hold it wide open and go forward, hopefully.
All right, that's a simple game plan. What starting spot you have?
4.
Number 4 for David Hackett. Next up will be Joshua Jock, one of our flag cars tonight. All right, give him the hat. He'll get the number out. You get the hat. Oh, you picked him a good one. Joshua gets number 1. So there you go. Now, any pressure? You know, you're the hometown guy tonight. You're starting first.
I know. I was a little nerve-wracking there in hot laps or time trials, so we'll see what happens in the feature here. We got 35 laps, see how it goes.
All right, go get him.
All right, thank you.
Pole position for the 03 Joshua Jock. Next up, we got Jacob Nadeau. Pick a youngster, and they'll get you a hat. What do we got here? Oh, he's got 2 number 1s. He's got 11. So you have a little bit of work tonight. What do you think? What's the game plan?
Yeah, I testing the car for a setup and as best for the final. And thanks to all my team to make this possible tonight.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
All right, 11th for Jacob Nadeau. Next up, Donovan Lucier. Donovan was the winner last night at Can-Am. All right, see what he comes up with here. What's he got? Uh-oh. You really have your work cut out for you, but you know you get a bonus. You get some money out of that, right? So what do you think? You got to come from 12th tonight, a little bit harder. Car worked good in the heat race, so maybe some adjustments, maybe not.
Yeah, we'll just see how the track update. I hope it widen out a little bit so we can get on the top, and we'll just try to charge forward. Cannot always be lucky and start at the front, so we'll just have more work tonight. So try to put on a show.
All right, thank you very much. Go get him.
Thank you.
All right, there you go. 12th starting spot for Donovan Lucier. Garrett Chillett. Garrett Chillett next up. Pick a youngster, and they get the hat. You get the number. What do we got? Number 2, outside front row. You did a good job. So what do you think? You going to give him an autograph maybe?
I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, you can get one. Put me number 2. But we set it up for a little bit of a slicker, but it was still gripped up, so it is what it is. I mean, we still had a really good start, so we're going to roll off second here, see how we can do here tonight.
Yeah, 35 laps, a little longer than usual, so maybe, a little bit different game plan for the feature.
Yeah, we're definitely going to be a little bit tight towards the beginning, but we'll eventually hopefully come in a little bit later. So I can't thank all my guys at home, all my family at home, and Mike King for especially helping me get here, and love you all back at home and see how we can do in the future.
All right, Garrett Chilla will start outside front row. Next up is Christian Smoke. Christian will get a number. He's got his own youngster to help pick. All right, what number does he have? Number 6, so you're right in the middle. So far, so good. You had a good run in your heat. You made the redraw. So what is your outlook for the feature?
We got a fast car tonight. We're just going to hammer down and hope for the best.
Go get him.
Thank you.
All right, Christian Smoke gets position 6. Next up is Blaine Klinger. Blaine Klinger, driver of the 9K. All right, they're getting you a number, Blaine. You had a really fast race car. Pretty fast last night, pretty fast tonight. A couple of tracks you never had many laps on.
Yeah, no, these 2 tracks have been awesome. I'm having a little running problem. I guess you got number 9. So hopefully we can get that figured out. But this is probably one of my favorite tracks I've been to. Really fast, and, it's a long race, so hopefully we can come to the front.
All right, Blaine Klinger starts position 9. Next up is Corey Castell. Corey Castell next up. Only a couple of choices left yet. We've got 5 and 10. So you got a good one and a not so good one. 5 and 10 are left. What do you get? 5. All right, so you did pretty good, Corey. So what do you think? What do you think? You got some heavy hitters here tonight. You got some track regulars. So what's your thoughts on going into the 35 lapper tonight?
Well, everybody that's here is pretty fast, and we're just going to go tune on the car and see if we can pick up some speed.
All right. Best wishes.
Thank you.
All right. Corey Castell gets 5. Dylan Manson, the last driver to draw, he gets what's left. So he gets number 10. They didn't leave you a real good one, but you know, you were the hot lap hero. Now you got a little work to do.
Yeah, no, we definitely got a little work to do. We were kind of hoping the track was going to slow down a little bit there, but hopefully these consis can burn it down a little bit and we can have a little bit more of a racy track.
All right, Dylan Madsen starts position 10. How about a nice hand for your Madsen overhead door Sportsman drivers? All right, Jamie's going to get the modified hats out here. And we'll let the modified drivers draw next. Sportsman feature will be first after the consolations. Sportsman consi, modified consi, and then the Sportsman feature, 35 laps. Modified feature will be 50. And then the mini stocks will round out the program tonight. Again, we cannot thank you all enough for being with us tonight here at Mohawk International Raceway. Again, if you're here or if you're watching at home, if you'd like to get one of these hats from the redraw Bob Hilbert Sportswear hats, they're at bobhilbertshop.com, bobhilbertshop.com on the website. All right, we got 12 of them out here. All right, here we go. Zach Payne won heat number 1 tonight. Zach Payne. Where's Zach? All right, remember, pick a youngster, and they'll pick a hat for you. They get the hat. Oh, he's got his own youngster. All right, he's got his own helper. They get the hat, you get the number. What do you think? Car looked really good starting off tonight.
Yeah, I can't complain. This is our first time here, so we figured we'd give it a try after last night. We ran pretty good. A little bit different than what I expected it to be when I got here, but you know, I expected to slow down and keep adjusting on the car, and we'll see what happens.
All right. Position 5 for Zach Payne. He's off to a good start tonight. Second driver to draw will be the winner of Heat 2, David Hebert. David Hebert, driver of the 1. Number 3 man in the points entering the night. Pick a youngster, they'll get you a hat. It's his birthday. All right. Happy birthday to David Hebert. Uh-oh, she got you number 9. That's not a very good birthday present.
Oh, yeah, it's good for the birthday. It's good a gift tonight. It's a win for me. I'm very happy.
Yeah, your car was very fast in that heat race.
Yeah, the track would be good bite, and the car was really fast. As we keep the feature was good, and have a good finish. It's so good.
All right, go get him.
Thank you.
All right, position 9 for David Hebert. Next up will be Matt Shepard. Matt Shepard won heat race number 3 tonight. She's not ready to pick. She likes the microphone last night, though, Matt. So what do you think? You got your heat race win tonight?
Yeah, you know, the track's really fast tonight. It's got a lot of speed to it. I think the Sportsman will blow it off a little bit, and then it should be a good race for us.
All right, see what you got. You like my microphone, don't you? Number 3, Matt Shepard, number 3. You keep that. Yep, there you go. Thank you. Next up will be Timmy Fuller. Timmy Fuller next up to draw. Crown favorite here at Mohawk. He's got a helper already. All right, Tim, this is probably the hardest part of the night, right?
It's not for me. It's all on him. Just pick whatever one you want. A hat. Pick the hat.
So how do you think? What do you think? The car felt pretty good? Not so good? I mean, it's a little different maybe than sometimes.
The car felt really good, but, you know, there's a lot of other people out there that do too. So, I don't know. Just give it a whirl. 8.
All right. Tim Fuller will start position number 8. Thanks for coming tonight. Next up will be Mikel Perrant. Mikel Perrant, next driver to draw. He had a shot at David in that heat race with 1 lap to go. That yellow gave you a shot at David, but he was pretty fast. But you were fast too.
Yeah, I mean, the 25P car Group Ultra is pretty fast tonight. I think we got a good piece for the feature, so hopefully we'll draw 11. So we got a little ways to go, but we'll try to make it forward.
All right, position 11 for Mikel Perrant. Chris Robbie. Chris Robbie, your point leader here at Mohawk on a weekly basis. He was our AGL Fuel Cell Hot Lap hero earlier tonight. Into the redraw. Pick whatever you would like, unless he gave you a hint earlier. I don't know. Did you give any hints?
Lower the better.
So we'll see what happens here. She's hiding the number for you.
Yeah, it looks like number 12. So.
Uh-oh, are you serious? Oh, man, your work is really cut out for you.
Yeah, we'll see what we can do.
The car felt pretty good, though?
Yeah, actually, we were able to hang there with Matt there in the heat race, but track position is going to be awfully hard to overcome, but we'll do our best.
All right, position 12 for Chris Raby. Cedric Gavreau next up to draw. Here he comes. Doing double duty tonight, but had some problems in the Sportsman. All right, he's got number 2, Cedric Gavreau. So not such a good start with the Sportsman. We got a good run so far tonight with the modified.
Yeah, I think it's going pretty well tonight. It's our second time running the big block here, so I think we're going to do a good way to start tonight.
All right, number 2, Cedric Gavreau. Felix Waugh next to draw. Felix Waugh in the 91. So, and you're in the redraw tonight. That's step 1. So now you have a pretty good shot at a good starting spot tonight. What do we got? Uh-oh, they didn't give you a very good one.
Yeah, it's okay. We're trying to put on a good show for the fans, and yeah.
Does the car feel all right for you in the heat race?
It was tough in the time trial, but we managed to get a 3rd place in the heat, which is not bad, and trying to make it better for the feature, yeah.
Okay, best wishes for Felix Waugh. He gets position 10. Kerry Terrence, hometown favorite. Kerry Terrence out here in the Twin Leaf 66. He's going to get some help. Number 7. So that's not terrible. So what do you think? What's your game plan going into the 50 laps tonight?
We'll see how the car goes. I don't know what to expect right now. We'll see if the track blows off or if it stays heavy. So do the best we can, get the car ready, and be ready to go.
Go get him.
Thanks.
All right, position 7 for Kerry Terrence. Matt Williamson next up, driver of the number 6. Money Matt. Where's Money Matt? We can call him that because he got some money last night. So, pick whatever you want. There's 3 choices left, so you're in the redraw. Same deal maybe as last night, so you got your work cut out for you. Last night I think you started 8th and won, so see what happens here.
Yeah, I hope so. We'll see what number we get here, and number 4. So that's 4 spots better than last night, and we'll get the car dialed in. We were a little tight there in the heat race, but once you're in the redraw, you don't really push the issue too hard to get ahead. It's not like at heat points or anything. But yeah, thanks to all the fans for coming out. It's cool to see a good crowd after last night's race, and hopefully we can put on a good show for these fans.
All right, position 4 for Matt Williamson. Robert Bublak next up to pick a hat. There's 2 choices left, and there's about 18 kids who want to pick the 2 hats. 1 and 6. 1 and 6 are left. Both of them are pretty good. 6. Robert Bublak gets 6, so I guess you haven't turned too many laps here, have you?
Yeah, I did with my Sportsman car back in the day, and we're struggling right now. We're wicked tight. The car is really good, and then it's tight. I don't know. Struggling right now, but we're learning as we go to these races. So we'll see how we go tonight. Make the redraw is a huge thing. So thank you. Hi, Colton, at home.
All right, position 6 for Robert Bublak. Last driver, Jackson Gills, the last driver to draw. So Jackson, pick a helper, and they'll make it official. They get the hat, you get the number. So the rest of the drivers apparently like you, Jackson, because what number did he leave you?
Left me in number 1.
So there you go. So what do you think now? A little bit of pressure, maybe? No, I mean, there's a long race ahead of you.
Yeah, in the heat race, we lost brakes right on going into the first corner, so I was running that whole heat race with no brakes, and somehow made the redraw. And I always draw number 1 when I don't have to draw at all, and it's the last one on the board there. So yeah, I'm pretty lucky tonight, and got a fast race car too, and I got to thank my crew members and everybody that helps us out. We're glad to be up here at Mohawk.
All right, thanks for being here. Go get them tonight.
Thank you.
All right, position 1 for Jackson Gill. That will complete the BA Custom Headers redraw. How about a nice hand for the modified drivers tonight? Next up will be consolations. We're going to take a short break. You're watching the Bob Pilber Sportswear Short Track Super Series fueled by Sunoco from Mohawk International Raceway. Consolation is underway here at Mohawk International Raceway for the Sportsman as we work lap number 1 out of the corner. 34 of Keegan is your leader as they work into the turn. Working out of the corner for lap number 2 down the straightaway. Near is leader. Fire Swamp now trying to move into contention. Fire Swamp running in position number 2 as they inch out of turn number 2 and head down the back straightaway. Side-by-side battle for second spot. Side-by-side battle for position number 4. Swamp now grabs second spot at 72 of Brandon Beauregard. We're back here at Mohawk International Raceway. Sportsman Consolation is on the Speedway down the straightaway right now. Leading the way, heading down to the turn is Keegan Neer with the 34. Fire Swamp in the 88 picking up position number 2. And we got a side-by-side battle down the back straightaway. Brandon Beauregard and Jackson Welling now battling for that 3rd spot out of the turn. Working down the straightaway. Jackson Welling is now into position number 3. Beauregard dropping back to 4th spot. Taylor Dextator is next in line. Taylor moving to the inside now. This time by, we will get the 2-lap signal. 2 laps to go down the straightaway. Dextator next now moving up into position number 4 as they work into the turn. We took 5 cars out of 4 heat races. That's 20. 4 more cars will advance here from the Consolation. Working out of the turn, the exotic brand white flag waves 1 lap to go. Keegan Neer with the lead. Fire Swamp second. Jackson Welling is in third. And Taylor Dockstader is racing in position 4. Working the final lap here in our Sportsman consolation. Fire Swamp closing the gap, will run out of time. Checkered flag will wave from Joe Chris. Consi is in the record book. Keegan Neer is your winning driver. Keegan Neer in the 34. The 88 Fire Swamp is second. 21 Jackson Welling is in third. And the 44 Taylor Donkstader is in fourth. 2 cars qualifying out of this consolation because we have 2 consolations for the Sportsman. So 2 cars qualified out of that consi. 2 more will come out of consolation number 2. 38S of Sean Imbo starting on the pole position alongside the M70 is Billy Cook. Second row, the 7D, Brian Tarbell. And outside the 1-2-3 is Dale Welty. Row 3, the 1R Junior of Garen Thompson. The 51 is Matthew Beret. Row 4, the 0 of Shane Pecor. And the 87C of Christopher Cordeau. The final starting spot, if he can go, the 2-star Cedric Govro. Again, consolation number 2 for the Sportsman. Just like the first consi, 2 cars will qualify and advance to the feature. We took 20 out of the heats. We'll take 2 and 2 out of the 2 consolations for the Sportsman.
So final qualifying race is going to go under the SRI Performance Caution flag. Not a great start. We need drivers to be side by side when they reach the Sunoco start zone in turn 4. Sean Imbo a little early when the field got to the start zone. So we will re-rack them and re-stack them. Like Jeff said, 8 laps will be the distance. Top 2 drivers moving on into the feature event. As the field works their way to turn 4. Jeff Allen, green flag is out. Final B main of the night is underway.
Into the Sunoco starting zone. We get the green flag. We'll have 1 consolation after this. That will be for the modifieds. They try to go 3 wide out of the turn. Working down the back straightaway now. Dale Welty in the 123. The veteran out of Montour Falls, New York, still has the hammer down on the outside. He'll grab position number 2. Heading down the straightaway as he goes around the M70 of Billy Cook and grabs second.
Track crew did a little bit of work onto the surface during the BA Custom Headers redraw, and it is working. Track really racy out there right now. As keep your eye on the 0 of Shane Pecor. He's up into 4th, and he has found something on the top of this racetrack right now.
Yes, Shane is a regular Friday night point leader here at Mohawk, and he is not yet in a qualifying spot. He's in position 3 down the straightaway, chasing after Welty. Cook behind them as they work into the turn. Battle is on now. Pecor caught up to Welty, put a little challenge on going into the corner, couldn't quite get him. Meanwhile, Sean and Bo way out in front of the pack.
Halfway, 4 laps in and 4 to go. The battle still rages on for that final transfer spot between Dale Welty and Shane Pecor. Pecor is going to put that right rear up on the cushion. Has the momentum and has a run. Does he stick it back up high? No, he'll look down low. Welty slides up high as they are nose to tail at the line.
Wow. Side-by-side battle. Pecor is going to go to the outside. That's how Welty got the second spot. Pecor is now working down the back straightaway, looking to the outside of Welty. 2 laps to go this time, and a great side-by-side battle for the last qualifying spot.
Pecor to the outside of Welty. Has it by a nose momentarily. Great side-by-side action for the final transfer. They are going to see the exotic brand white flag this time by final time around. Sean Imbo, he can shut it off and coast it from there. He's going to win the final B main of the night, but who's going to finish in that final transfer?
Well, Sean Pecor used the outside off of 4 down the front on the exotic brand white flag. He got the spot. Checkered flag for Sean Imbo, and Pecor will grab second. Welty will be across the line 3rd. Then Cook is next across the line, followed by Garen Thompson. Wow, what a drive. Sean Imbo grabs the win in the second consolation. Shane Pecor using the outside lane to grab second. They qualify, followed by Dale Welty, Billy Cook, Garen Thompson as the top 5. Again, 2 cars qualified from each of the 2 consolations. for the Madison Overhead Door North Region Sportsman. 24 drivers are now set for tonight's 35-lap Sportsman feature. We'll take the top 2 in series points from the North Region that failed to qualify and 1 track provisional, giving us 27 starters for tonight's 35-lap Sportsman feature race. There will be no modified consolation. All modifieds qualify tonight. So next up will be our 35-lap Sportsman feature, followed by the 50-lap modified, and then the mini stock feature will round out the program tonight. They will be doing 20 laps. So we're going to take a break and step aside. Tonight is the Summer Showdown on the Border. You're watching the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series from Mohawk International Raceway.
Ollie's deals are so good, you won't believe the prices.
Can this price be real?
This has to be a joke. It's no joke. This store is amazing. You have to see it for yourself. Ollie's Bargain Outlet sells famous brand name merchandise at up to 70% off the fancy store prices. Bargains on housewares, toys, bed and bath, books, food, gifts, and so much more. Hurry in to get the deals now, because when they're gone, they're gone.
Ollie's!
Good stuff, cheap!
From Niagara to the Hudson, from Champlain to Erie, from nuclear to farming, High Torque of New York is your one-stop shop for torque tool and industrial bolting needs. Easily loosen or achieve accurate torque and bolt load with pneumatic, battery, or hydraulic-powered units. Serving every industry, mining and aggregates, transportation, energy, structural steel, and rail. On-site torque wrench calibration and repair, sales and rentals, training, bolting solutions, and more.
We're back here at Mohawk International Raceway for tonight's Summer Showdown on the Border. We thank everyone very much for joining us tonight on a beautiful summer night here at Mohawk International Raceway. Thanks going out to some more of our great sponsors on the Short Track Super Series, including Swagger Factory Apparel, based in Hageman, New York. Swagger Factory Apparel is the Northeast's fastest-growing motorsport safety gear and apparel company built for real racers by racers. Race with Swagger and like Swagger Factory Apparel on Facebook or visit sfracewear.com to learn more. FX Caprera Car Companies. FX Caprera Car Companies, operating family-owned and operated dealerships across the North Country of New York State. FX Caprera Honda and Kia Watertown. FX Caprera Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Alexandria Bay. And FX Caprera Ford in Ogdensburg. In addition, FX Caprera Harley-Davidson Motorcycles and Trailer Sales in Adams Center. FX Caprera now in Central New York. Visit FX Caprera Syracuse on Huntley Road in Phoenix, New York. The FX Caprera family of dealerships on the web at fxcaprera.com. DCAM Fabrication, operated by Dave Constantino and Eric Mack, is driven to disrupt the dirt racing industry with superior products. Your advantage is a cutting-edge approach to designing cars that are unique to any that have ever been available on the market before. DCAM also specializes in chassis repair, body fabrication, and custom products. Learn more on the web at dkmracecars.com, like DCAM Fabrication on Facebook, or follow at DCAM_fabrication on Instagram. JK Signworks. JK Signworks, located in-house at DCAM Fabrication, is your one-stop shop for all graphics and sign work, from lettering to trophies, signs both large and small, like JK Signworks on Facebook to learn more. Thanks again to JK Signworks, DCAM Fabrication, FX Caprera Car Company, Swagger Factory Apparel, Dig Race Products, and St. Lawrence Radiology, all 2025 series presenting marketing partners. We have some bonuses tonight for our summer showdown on the border here at Mohawk International Raceway. In the modified 50-lap, 10,000 to win feature tonight, American Racer Lions tire bonuses at every Short Track Super Series event. The drivers between 6th and 10th and 11th to 15th entered into drawings to win a certificate for a free American Racer tire courtesy of American Racer and regional distributor Elias Tire of Indiana, PA. Learn more about American Racer distributor Elias Tire online at eliastire.net. ATL Fuel Cell Hot Lap Hero at every STSS event in 2025. The fastest driver in Dirt Draft Hot Laps receives a $100 bonus courtesy of ATL Fuel Cells. They are located on 45 Spear Road, Ramsey, New Jersey, on the web at atlinc.com. Give them a call at 201-825-1400. Email at atlinc.com or like ATL Racing Fuel Cells on Facebook and Instagram. BA Custom Header Redraw Bonus. The STSS Modified driver picking the worst number gets a $50 cash bonus, courtesy of BA Custom Headers, on the web at baheaders.com. Henry's Exhaust Bonus. The driver finishing 11th at every STSS Modified event will receive a $50 certificate, courtesy of Henry's Exhaust of Clay, New York, like Henry's Headers and Exhaust Systems on Facebook to learn more. MD3 Most Laps Led Award. The driver leading the most laps in every STSS Modified event receives a $100 certificate, courtesy of MD3, the premier dirt racing body panels, on the web at md3race.com. PEM Engineering Third Place Bonus. The driver finishing third in every STSS Modified event receives a certificate for a free PEM 650 Series Premium LW Polished Quick Change Gear Set, a value of $151.95. Visit PEMRacing.com for more info. Swift Springs Hard Luck Award. The Hard Luck recipient each night selected by Short Track Super Series officials will receive a certificate for a free spring, courtesy of Swift Springs in Corona, California, on the web at swiftsprings.com. Willwood Disc Brakes Lucky 7 Bonus. The driver finishing in 7th at all STSS Modified events will receive a $100 certificate for Willwood Disc Brakes. Learn more at willwood.com. Those are your Summer Showdown on the Border bonuses and awards for tonight's modified feature. For the Sportsman Division, American Racer Elias Tire bonus at every STSS Sportsman event. Drivers between 6th and 10th entered into a drawing to win a certificate for a free American Racer tire, courtesy of American Racer and distributor Elias Tire of Indiana, PA. Learn more online at eliastire.net. BA Custom Header Redraw Bonus. The STSS Sportsman driver picking the worst number gets $25, courtesy of BA Custom Headers, or on the web at baheaders.com. JLR Technology Hot Lap Hero. The fastest STSS Sportsman driver during Dirt Draft Hot Laps receives $50 in bonus money, courtesy of JLR Technologies. Learn more by liking JLR Technologies on Facebook. Henry's Exhaust Bonus. The driver finishing 11th at every STSS Sportsman event receives a $50 certificate, courtesy of Henry's Exhaust of Clay, New York, like Henry's Headers and Exhaust Systems on Facebook to learn more. And Swift Springs Hard Luck Award. The Hard Luck Award recipient each night selected by Short Track Super Series officials will receive a certificate for a free spring, courtesy of Swift Springs in Corona, California, on the web at swiftsprings.com. Those are your Sportsman bonuses for tonight's Summer Showdown on the Border. Once again, upcoming events for the Short Track Super Series. We'll see the series heading in a couple of weeks for a South Region event to the New Egypt Speedway, New Egypt, New Jersey, the Dirty Jersey Race, STSS New Jersey Quality Drywall South Region Modifieds, and Belmont's Garage South Region Sportsman. That is on Thursday, August 21. Before we return to a North Region event on Sunday, August 31st to the Afton Motorsports Park for the Afton Action 50. That's on Labor Day weekend. That'll be an STSS High Torque of New York North Region Modified event. Then Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, September 11th through the 13th, the Fonda Speedway, Fonda, New York for the Fonda 200. That's a High Torque of New York North Region Modified and a Madsen Overhead Door North Region Sportsman event. The full schedule at shorttracksuperseries.com is where you can find all the information. One previous Summer Showdown on the Border here at Mohawk. That was last season. Matt Shepard, the winner over Stuart Friesen, Chris Raby, Tim Fuller, and David A. Bear were your top 5. Don't forget, you can keep up to date with the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series fueled by Sunoco as we travel our second decade of racing. Our website is shorttracksuperseries.com, Facebook Short Track Super Series, X at Short Track SS, Instagram at Short Track SS, YouTube at Short Track Super Series. Thanks again to Bob Hilbert Sportswear, our series title sponsor, boasting more than a half century of providing the finest in screen-printed and embroidered apparel. Based in Boyertown, PA, Bob Hilbert Sportswear is specializing in the racing industry along with schools, commercial, and corporate work. Their fundraising options are a great program for organizations and companies to raise awareness and funds. Check Bob Hilbert Sportswear out on the web at bobhilbert.com or do some shopping at the online store at bobhilbertshop.com. And thanks again to Madsen Overhead Doors and High Torque of New York. Madsen Overhead Doors, our Sportsman North Region sponsor, on the web at madsenoverheaddoors.com. And High Torque of New York. High Torque of New York, are you putting the torque in New York? High Torque of New York, your one-stop shop for all torque, tool, and industrial bolting needs. Visit at High Torque New York on Facebook and X. We're getting closer to our Sportsman feature tonight. Track crew finishing up their work. We're going to step aside and take a quick commercial break. Coming back with the STSS 35-lap Summer Showdown on the Border, and up next here from Mohawk International Raceway. We're back here at Mohawk International Raceway for the Summer Showdown on the Border, the second ever visit for the Bob Woodward Sportswear Short Track Super Series, fueled by Sunoco. Track crew just about done with their work on the Speedway surface. The 35-lap Madison Overhead Door North Region Sportsman feature is ready to go to the post. They are called to the starting line, and we're going to pass along to you tonight's starting grid for our 35-lap main event. Starting back in the 24th position, the current point leader here at Mohawk will be the St. Andrews Service Center, number 0 from Cornwall, Ontario. That's Shane Pecor. And alongside of him, he drives from right here in Akwesasne. He drives car number 88. That is Fire Swamp. Fire Swamp starting inside of row number 12. He's sponsored by Sanders Motorsports and Riley Ford. Row number 11 to the outside. Driving car number 38S. That's the JMV Environmental number 38S. He's from St. Hyacinthe, Quebec, Sean Imbeau. And alongside of him, driving car number 34K. The driver hailing out of Carthage, New York, will be Keegan Neer. Keegan Neer in the 34K. Row number 10 to the outside, 20th starting position, out of Woodhull, New York. He drives in the Schweigert Sugar Shack, number 12, George Schweigert III. And alongside of him to the inside of that row, driving in the 92T, that is the Glengarry Truck Center, number 92T, the driver from Alexandria, Ontario, Tristan Ladouceur. Row number 9 on the outside, starting from the 18th position, from Marsburg, Ontario, driving car number 42. That will be Kent Miller. Kent Miller driving car number 42. He's sponsored by Macmillan Construction and Renovations. And alongside of him, driving out of Constable, New York, he drives in the 314. Driving the 314 is Nick Mallette. Nick Mallette in the 314, the Malone Ford sponsored race car. Row number 8 to the outside, 16th position, driving out of Saratoga Springs, New York. He drives the Stone Pharmacy, M&J Construction number 27, Michael Ballestero. And alongside of him, driving out of Cornwall, New York, he drives in the Sammy Gagnon Photography 21L, Skylar Ladouceur. Row 7 on the outside, 14th starting position, driving from Myora, New York. He drives in the number 54G. That's the Johnson's Building Materials entry. That's Greg Snyder. And alongside of Greg, driving from the inside of the 7th row from Upper Makefield, Pennsylvania, in the Sweetwater Marina number 9, former Short Track Super Series Madison Overhead Door North and Belmont's Garage South Region champion, Joe Toth. Row 6 to the outside, starting from 12th position, last night's feature event winner. He got the BA Custom Headers redraw bonus money for picking the worst number. Driving the Boissonneau number 61L will be Donovan Lucier. And alongside of him, driving in the Joliet Nissan number 95 Junior from Yamas, Quebec, that's Jacob Nadeau. Row number 5 to the outside, starting from 10th position, driving out of Spencertown, New York. He is driving the Madsen Overhead Door number 89, Dylan Madsen. And alongside of him, out of Walton, New York, driving the Klinger Power Sports number 9K, Blaine Klinger. Row 8 to the outside, he will be driving car number 37. That is the driver hailing from Glen Robertson, Ontario, Mark Oliver McCarthy. And alongside of him, driving out of Lake Ariel, Pennsylvania, the New Edge Diamond Services number 9G, Tyler Pete. He is your current point leader in the Madison Overhead Door North Region Sportsman Point Chase. Third row to the outside, position number 6. Driving car number 9S is Christian Smoke. He is in the Grizzlies product-sponsored race car. And alongside of him, driving out of Port Covington, New York, driving car number 10X, sponsored by CMC Auto Repair. The driver is Corey Castell. Row 2 to the outside, driving in position number 4 from Baldwinsville, New York, the Lamb Speed Shack number 82H, David Hackett. And alongside of David, Driving the Lions Goodfellow Furniture, number 35B, from Elgin, Ontario, Brennan Moore. Your front row for tonight's Summer Showdown on the border for the Sportsman. Driving in the Pocono Transportation 349 from Springbrook, Pennsylvania, Garrett Chillett. And going from the pole position, the hometown boy, hometown hero, hometown driver, driving out of Hogansburg, New York, the Jocks Automotive 03, Joshua Jock. That's your starting grid for tonight's Sportsman feature event. 35 laps the distance.
Looking at the point standings for the Sportsmen with the Short Track Super Series coming into this event. Tyler Pete, he's the points leader. Obviously, he was able to score a win back in July when the series visited the Fonda Speedway. Also has 2 top 5s and 3 top 10s in only 3 features start. You can see not far behind him, 47 points back, Blaine Klinger. Blaine Klinger starts inside row number 5 in this one. Joe Toth. Toth was very strong in that heat race. He starts 13th, and it's pretty tight in the top 5 right now, Jeff.
Joe Toth last night had problems in the heat race. Started, I believe, 25th or 26th. Ended up with a top 10 last night. Garrett Chillett, the young man, he started out with a great run at Brookfield back on Memorial Day weekend. He's 4th in points. Dylan Madsen, he's had some ups and downs, but he's 5th in points. David Hackett, Dale Welty, Michael Ballestero. Welty and Ballestero have been following the series ever since we started the Sportsman Series. Johnny Fiegels and Butchie Irwin not here tonight. They make up the top 10 in the Madsen Obrador North region for the Short Track Super Series Sportsman. So we're ready to go. 35 laps, $2,000 on the line to the winner tonight. $10,000 for the modified winner, the first of our 3 feature events tonight. Ready to get going here at Mohawk International Raceway. Again, for everyone here at the Speedway, thank you on behalf of the management team here at Mohawk International Raceway. Everybody here on the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series, Robert Hill, Darrell Mitchell, they're here tonight as well. We thank them for allowing us to come into their booth here and work tonight. We thank all of you for joining us here at the Speedway. Everybody tuning in at home on FloRacing. All right, Earl, Sportsman feature first tonight instead of the modified. So what is your thoughts here as we get ready to go?
Well, normally the Sportsmen go after the big block modifieds. Right now they are kicking off tonight's feature action here at the Mohawk International Raceway. Track still has a lot of grip in it. They brought the grader out during our intermission break, and they were able to widen out the cushion. I saw a lot of drivers, they were standing in the opening before we called them to get into the cockpits to see what adjustments they have to do, because they were looking at what the track crew was doing out here on this surface. But a big money is on the line. Jeff mentioned $2,000. The question is, who is going to take home that $2K here at the end of the 35-lap feature event?
We shall find out. The SRI Performance caution lights have gone out around the Speedway. We're ready to hit the Sunoco starting zone. Ladies and gentlemen, green flag is waving. We're underway here at Mohawk International Raceway. Charging into the turn and down the back straightaway, Joshua Jock, the hometown driver here at the Speedway, recently picked up his first ever modified win last Friday night. He's battling for the lead with Garrett Chillett.
We are 3 wide with Madsen right through the middle. That's a battle within the top 10. As what a very wild opening lap here for the Sportsman feature event. We'll look back up front. That is the battle for the lead on the left side of your screen. Joshua Jock brings him back down to the line right behind him. Or excuse me, that was a lead change. Joshua Jock following back to P2. And Garrett Chillett, he is going to jump out to the lead.
Yeah, Chillett made the move going down the back into turn number 3, went by Jock and grabbed the lead. Meanwhile, we showed you the great action further back in the pack as they battle for positions. Hackett battling down the straightaway for position. A lot of good action. Multi-grooves of racing here at Mohawk.
Brennan Moore in the 35B running in that 3rd position, starting to track down both of our leaders, Joshua Jock and Garrett Chillett. Still a long way in to go in this one. 4 laps in this 35-lap A main event. And how about it? Joshua Jock right now, Jeff, starting to apply pressure to the leader of Garrett Chillett.
Yeah, he had the lead early, but then he lost it to the 349 of Garrett Chillett. Meanwhile, Brennan Moore running in position number 3. David Hackett has grabbed position 4 away from Corey Castell. Hackett getting really wide out of turn 4, but Jock is moving back into challenge for the lead.
Jock looked down low. Chillett was able to guard that spot in the 3, but swings high. They're side by side as they drag race in the turns number 1 and 2.
Working down the back straightaway. Garrett Chillett continuing to maintain the lead, but Joshua Jock really turning up the pressure. Working out of turn 4. Chillett keeps a little lower that time to maintain the lead.
What a great battle for the top spot is still Jock looks to the inside. Nothing there just yet. But Chillett having trouble here in turn 4 because that car always swings wide. But that time he was able to really glue that 349 down low.
Further back in the pack, we got Joe Toth battling Hackett. Hackett now starting to drop back a few spots as he's running the outside lane, trying to make it work. Toth moving up the inside lane as they head down the back straightaway. He picks up position number 5 after starting back in 13th.
Donovan Lucier is also on the move. Pretty much the only car that's really ripping the lip to perfection. He has worked his way up into the 9th spot, but you know, a lot of these guys just taking their time, buying their time right now down low. He's letting it all hang out as he works the top side there in turns number 3 and 4 as he has Dylan Matson right in front of him.
Yeah, David Hackett's been working the outside lane, but he's dropped back a couple of positions now. Meanwhile, Joe Toth got by him. He got by the 10X car as they head down the back straightaway of Corey Castell. Toth now up to position 5. Behind him, the battle continues. Hackett has position, then Castell, Donovan Lucier, Natson next in line as they work into turn number 1.
Lucier is trying to go back-to-back here on the week. Remember, he was the feature winner last night over at the Can-Am Speedway, but now the top 10 really coming into their own right now early on in this 35 lapper.
We'll have to keep an eye on the 89 Dylan Matson. Reports have it that the car's brakes may be sparking again. We'll see if that becomes a problem or not. Meanwhile, we got a battle for the lead once again as Jock has caught back up to Chillett. He's going to try the outside lane as they come down the front into 1 and 2. Jock is on the outside of Chillett down the back straightaway, and we got a two-car battle side by side for 3rd spot.
2 by 2 as they make their way off the 4. Joshua Jock got the whip to the horse. Track race down at the line, and we got a new leader by a nose. Give it to the 0-3 of Joshua Jock.
Jock was the early leader, lost it to Garrett Chillett. Now on the outside lane down the back straightaway, has a car length advantage into the corner to take over the number 1 spot. Lap traffic as ahead on the horizon, and here comes the 9 of Tyler Pete. Pete has worked his way past Moore now after we said there were 2 separate 2-car battles. Tyler Pete quickly getting by Moore, reels in Garrett Chillett, and he's now 2nd, chasing after the leader.
The leaders are in dirty air, but however, that's not affecting the 2nd place driver right now, Tyler Pete. Pete has really come to his own right now, tracking down the leader, Joshua Jock. Nose to tail as they make their way down the back straightaway. Pete peeks to the inside. However, he's going to have to move him off the bottom. That's going to be the leader of Joshua Jock.
Well, lap traffic now for the leader. Jock goes to the bottom lane. Top lane is filled with lap cars right now, and Tyler Pete's about 3-car lengths behind. Garrett Chillett now back in 4th spot as they work down the back. Brennan Moore behind him, then quickly closing Joe Toth. We were watching the other cars, and Tyler Pete quickly worked his way through everybody and moved up to 3rd, then 2nd, and now right behind leader Jock in traffic in 1 and 2.
Oh yeah, by the way, last night's feature winner, Donovan Lucier, already up into P6 as he is flying around MIR right now. Heavy lap traffic in front of your leaders as they make their way back down into turns number 1 and 2.
Yeah, if anybody wants a caution now, it's probably Donovan Lucier to get caught up to the rest of the guys in the top 5. Down the back lap traffic. The leaders have the lap car go right through the middle now. Pete is on the inside. Jock is on the outside out of turn 4. We've got a new leader. It will be Tyler Pete in lap traffic, sneaking by Joshua Jock.
Now Tyler Pete has to deal with the slower lap cars. as we have 15 laps to go. This baby's just getting good now as Donovan Lucier starting to track into the top 5.
Charging into the turn, yeah, Lucier now is caught up to the pack of cars. Top 5 cars and lap cars down the back straightaway now. A little bit of breathing room for Tyler Pete as he breaks free of the lap traffic. Joshua Jock gets around the lap cars as well. He'll try to reel the leader back in. Third spot off the corner right now is Chillin, and here comes Toth, followed by Lucier.
And Lucier has found another gear, but is it going to be too little, too late? Remember, he started 12th in this one. He may be a contender. Right now, things are starting to wind down as Joe Toth dealing with heavy lap traffic as he runs in 4th.
Yeah, working down the back straightaway. A little breathing room now. Clear racetrack for a few laps for your leader, Tyler Pete. Second spot is Joshua Jock. Third spot working out of turn number 4. That will be Joe Toth. Garrett Chillett, then Joe Toth. Chillett is in 3rd. Toth is now 4th. And 5th is up for grabs. Lucier's right in the mix.
Lucier did make that pass. He's up into the top 5. Whoa, man, Donovan really showing some strength right now in the 61L. Lap starting to tick away, 10 to go this time by.
He's going to the middle into the turn. Lucier has 2 lap cars in front of him. Meanwhile, we've got Toth moving in and Garrett Chillett down the back straightaway into turn number 3. Toth trying to sneak into the 3rd spot as they chase Joshua Jock off the corner behind them. Lucier still picking his way through the lap cars. He's going for another one in turn number 1.
Lucier, the only car right now within the top 5, running the top side, and it is still working for him. As right now, the leader, Tyler Pete, makes his way into turn 1. He has a 2.6 second lead in the 9G.
Our current North Region point leader, Tyler Pete, has a pretty big lead built up now as we're into the final 10 laps of this one. He's grabbed the lead from Joshua Jock. Now he's back to some lap traffic. Jock is 2nd, 3rd is still Chillett, 4th is Toth, and not far behind him now is Donovan Lucier, still on the move. Brennan Moore is behind him.
Donovan Lucier get into the podium. Right now we're going to have 29 laps in the book as Pete gets back to the start-finish line. But Joshua Jock, he's starting to close in right now as Pete is having a little bit of difficulty with the lap car. The interval is down to 2 seconds.
Tyler Pete now, as we mentioned last time around, is into some lap traffic. It wasn't a problem earlier when it was a lot thicker. We'll see how he handles it. Joshua Jock trying to catch him again. Toth still battling Garrett Chillett. Lucier behind him, then Brennan Moore, then a heavy battle. Here comes Nadeau in the 95. He's breaking free of some of the other cars. 5 laps to go now for Tyler Pete.
4 laps to go. 31 laps in. Right now, Tyler Pete's going to put 1 lap car in between him and Joshua Jock. Still running in 3rd spot. Give to Joe Toth. Garrett Chillett in 4th. Donovan Lucier rounds out the top 5.
Here comes your leader down the straightaway. It remains Tyler Pete. Clear for a couple of more laps before he hits some heavy lap traffic. But right now, Joshua Jock not close enough to offer a challenge. We got 1 car in trouble in the back. See if he clears to the pits and stay green. We'll see what happens. Here comes the 2-lap signal for Tyler Pete.
2 laps to go. We will indeed stay green. Pete to a healthy lead. He's got it back out to 3.1 seconds as they are going to see the exotic brand white flag this time by.
1 lap remaining for Tyler Pete in heavy traffic. No one close enough. Jock still 2nd. Toth has gotten around Garrett Chillett while we were watching the leaders in lap traffic. Toth finally makes the move on Chillett, trying to close the gap on Jock. Checkered flag will be waving this time. Lap 35, a $2,000 payday at Mohawk International Raceway falls to the 9 of Tyler Pete. 2nd spot will be Jock. 3rd is Toth. Chillett will be 4th, and 5th spot will be Donovan Lucier. Sportsman do it. 35 laps straight through without a caution here at Mohawk International Raceway. What a performance. Unbelievable racing for the Sportsman. The whole feature completed in about 10 minutes. Taking the win, the 9G of Tyler Pete. Runner-up, the 03 Joshua Jock. 3rd, the 9T Joe Toth. 4th, the 349 Garrett Chillett. And 5th, Up from 12th to 61L, Donovan Lucier. Bicknell Racing Products Victory Lane coming up next, followed by our modified feature.
So Jeff Allen will head down to Bicknell Racing Products Victory Lane. There were a lot of movers and shakers in that 35 laps. Tristan Ladisor, he started 19th. He finished 8th, plus 11. That is your unofficial results. We will let you know if he is indeed tonight's hard charger. As you can see, the top 10 finish there on the left side of your screen. What a performance by Tyler Peet. Is the points leader coming into tonight's event. He started 7th. An outstanding performance. Joshua Jock finishes in that runner-up spot, and Joe Toth rounding out the podium. The drivers have to go through post-race tech before they head on down to Bicknell Racing Products Victory Lane.
Our top 3 heading down here. Race 5 laps without a caution tonight. Great job by the Short Track Super Series Sportsman tonight. To report to Bicknell Racing Products Victory Lane. Cars going across the scales first. Getting checked out before they head to Bicknell Racing Products Victory Lane. Modified 50-lapper coming up next for a $10,000 payday. What a performance. Sportsman drivers going straight through. It took about 10 minutes to run the whole 35 laps, and some very, very good competition. Great action. Lots of action, lots of passing. Tyler Peet coming from inside the 4th row. 7th starting spot, worked his way to the front. Great battle between Garrett Chillett and Joshua Jock, battling back and forth for the lead before Tyler Peet joined them. Joe Toth coming from further back, ending up in 3rd, getting around Garrett Chillett there right at the end for a 3rd place finish. The new Edge Diamond Services, Shursky Companies, Cody's Lawn Care, number 9G in Victory Circle. All right, he's got a trophy, and he's got the checkered flag. Checkered flag in hand. Here he is, Tyler Peet. Tyler Peet has not had too many laps here at Mohawk International Raceway, but you got this thing dialed in right from the start tonight, and it paid dividends. 7th starting spot, nonstop feature, and you're a winner. Congratulations.
Thank you. Honestly, I feel like that was probably the best race I ran my whole life. This place was really unique. It was really cool. It was not really anything like I've raced before. I got to give a big thank you to my car owners, Dakota and Kayla, for letting me do this. All the sponsors on this, Stephen Torget with NEP, John with Wood Frames, Jay and New Edge. It's awesome to be able to come do this, and be able to be here winning. It's even better.
Nonstop feature, so you had a lot of work to do. You got up into the front, Garrett and Joshua were really battling for the lead, and you caught up to them, and then you had to work them and lap traffic at the same time.
Yeah, lap traffic was tricky. The top wasn't quite as good for me. I felt real good on the bottom, but it was good enough to get me by. So I just got to thank Dakota for giving me a great race car, and all you fans for coming out. It's pretty cool to see everybody here.
Win number 2 in the series this year.
Yeah, I feel like I've tried forever to win a race here. Now to pick off 2, it's awesome.
Enjoy it. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. Your winning driver, Tyler Pete. He's going to get a ticket here for the 50-50. All right. Here is your winning ticket number. It is a yellow ticket 920347, 920347, 920347 is a yellow ticket, the winning number in the 50-50. We're going to go get a couple of words here with the rest of our top three, I should say. Joshua Jock, nice race tonight. I know you probably would like one position more, but I'll tell you what, nonstop feature, you had the lead, lost it, got it back. It was a real tough battle out there.
Yeah, I got the lead back there, and I thought I was all right running the top, and I don't know if I thought the tire was going away, but obviously my tire started going flat, actually. I think that's why he got behind me there on the bottom, and after that I just started falling off lap after lap. I was just trying to maintain there at the end.
And maintained you did. You got a nice second-place run. So, like I said, a little disappointed, but all in all, a big field here tonight. You got a second-place effort out of it.
Yeah, that's I'll take it. You know, that should put us ahead in points or help us out, anyways. You know, I missed the last 2 races before Can-Am, but after last night and tonight, that should move me right back up there again.
Good run. Good job tonight.
Thank you.
All right, Joshua Jock, he gets position number 2 tonight here at Mohawk. And third spot, this guy passed a lot of cars the last 2 nights. Joe Toth had a nice run. Didn't have to drive through from as far back tonight, but you made a late race pass to get third.
Yeah, I think we definitely put ourselves behind the past 2 nights of time trials, not ever being at either track. So definitely really proud of how we performed come feature time at both tracks. I've only ever seen either track on TV, so I know Tyler was the same way. So I mean, me and him both had an uphill climb, and he just timed the beginning of the night better than we did. But I can't thank everybody enough for coming up with me and Jones Race Products for letting me come up here, taking these 2 days off, and it was well worth the trip.
Good run tonight. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
All right, Joe Toth, he is third. He's going to get in the picture. Joe Toth is third. Second place is Joshua Jock, and your winner is Tyler Pete. Congratulations in Bicknell Racing Products Victory Lane. We're going to step aside for a quick commercial and be back with our 50-lap modified feature from Mohawk International Raceway.
I probably hit that when I was changing my
We're back at Mohawk International Raceway. Our 50-lap modified feature sees the 60 Jackson Gill on the pole outside the 22C Cedric Gove row. Second row, the 9S will be Matt Shepard, and the 6 of Matt Williamson. Row 3, the 7Z Zach Payne, the 27B Robert Bublak. Row 4, the 66X of Carrie Terrence, and the 19 of Timmy Fuller. Row 5, the 1 of David Hebert, and the 91 of Felix Roy. Row 6, the 25P Mikel Perrant, and the 01 of Chris Rabby. Row 7, the 7S of Sean Shaw, and the 3M of Franklin Mackin. Row number 8, the 18 junior of Louis Jackson Jr., the 02 of the Ginger Ninja Jack Lehner. Row number 9, the 35 of Thomas Cook, the 74 of Lucas Fuller. Row 10, the 45R of Preston Forbes, and the 44 of Casey Swamp. Row 11, the 55 Matt Woodruff, the 83D of Dustin Bradley. Row 12, the 15M Daniel Morgevitz, the 04 of DJ Gagno. And the final starting spot will be the 28 of Michael Troutshold. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what you've been waiting for all evening long, the modified feature. Time to give the drivers a salute as they salute you. Time to get out of your seat and on your feet. Get out something white or something bright, something red off your head, something blue off of you. Wave it high in the sky and wave it low as they go off into action tonight. The stars and cars of the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series fueled by Sunoco. We're ready to go. They'll get him back to 2x2 one more time around. Joe Chris will give him the white flag. Those of you at home, you're on the inboard camera tonight with the Ginger Ninja Jack Lehner. Last night, Matt Williamson carried the in-car camera and went to victory lane. We'll see what happens here tonight. Who's got the hot shoe in this one? The Mohawk International Raceway pace truck will be heading in next time around. White flag from Joe Chris. Thank you one and all for being here. Again, on behalf of Mohawk International Raceway management and staff and everybody with the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series, we thank you for your support here tonight for the Summer Showdown on the Border. 50 laps, $10,000 to the winner. The second time ever for the Short Track Super Series here at Mohawk International Raceway. Ladies and gentlemen, fasten your seatbelts. Why? Because it is now post time. The Mighty Modifieds are ready to go racing. Watch them now because the Modifieds are ready to rumble.
And the Summer Showdown on the border here at the Mohawk International Raceway gets underway. Side by side as a thundering herd makes their way into the turns number 1 and 2. They are 3 wide there mid-pack. Great side-by-side action as we come around to complete lap number 1. And out to the early is going to be Daniel Morgevitz in the 15M.
That'll be Jackson Gill setting the pace out of the corner and down the back straightaway. Meanwhile, we got a battle for the number 2 spot as they head into the turn. Side-by-side battle. Cedric Gove row is on the outside, and Matt Williamson is on the inside. Money Matt will move to position 2. Jackson Gill, the young man, down the back straightaway, the number 60, local star here in the Northeast, leading the way now. Matt Shepard battling Gove row into the turn. Cedric's on the outside, and Matt's on the inside.
Jackson Gill out to the 5-car length. Matt Williamson right there for second side by side for P3. Matt Shepard was able to make that pass as they are still side by side for 6, 7, 8, and 9.
Right now, Jackson Gill using the bottom lane into the corner, and Matt Williamson is using the outside lane, riding the rim. Right now, Matt Shepard is a distance back in third. He is right at the top side. Fourth spot is Gavreau. He's on the outside. Then a 3-car battle behind them. The 1 of David Hebert, the 7 of Zach Payne into the corner. And right there with them battling out of the turn is the 3 of Mackin. Then we get the 66 of Carrie Terrence instead.
Zach Payne, only car within the top 5 working the bottom side of the racetrack. David Hebert looks to thread the needle as they were 3 wide here for 4th. Hebert looking to advance his spot. He will do so, and as he has Cedric Gavreau right in front of him in the 22C.
Yeah, we got Matt Williamson closing in bit by bit on leader Gill as they work into turn 1. Further back, we got this great battle. Hebert now clearing Zach Payne. He now goes by Cedric Gavreau. We got one heading to the pits on the backstretch. We'll stay green. And right now, David Hebert has moved by Gavreau. He is up to 4th and closing quickly on Matt Shepard.
David Bear. Remember, he started 9th in this one with a long way to go. He has made his way up into P4. Zero side by side down the back straightaway for the 6th position. Kerry Terrence right there in the 66X, challenging Zach Payne.
Here comes Govro, Payne, Terrence, then a 19 of Fuller, Bublak, and now Chris Raby. He's the current point leader on a weekly basis here at Mohawk. He is now threading his way through. He got the worst number in the BA Custom Headers redraw. He gains the spot of Bublak going down the back. Meanwhile, up front, Jackson Gill still leading the way, hitting some lap traffic now as we'll complete lap number 11. Matt Williamson was closing on Gill. Right now, not gaining anything.
Right now, the lappers are right in Jackson Gill's line as he has to switch things up to go to the outside, and that is where Matt Williamson, the second place car, is making up time, and David A. Bear starting to reel in Matt Shepard for third.
Yes, he is a Bear coming from a little bit further back in the pack. He started back in position 9, and he's now up to 4th, closing in on Shepard. Meanwhile, Williamson is not able to keep pace with Gill. Gill working the first few lap cars, left the bottom to go around the lap cars, right back to the bottom, now moving in on another lap car down the front stretch.
Now Williamson is going to clear that lap cars. Right now, for this short amount of time, no lap cars are in between Jackson Gill, the leader, Matt Williamson in second, but they are too wide in front of the leaders, and Matt Shepard and David A. Bear starting to close in on first and second.
Good battle further back. Kerry Terrence battling it out with Cedric Govro, working out of turn number 4. Terrence will make the move. We got one moving slowly here. No, that's still underway. Way off the embankment over there, Cedric Govro. He'll pull it back on, but he just lost about 6 positions. Lap traffic now for the leaders. It's still Gill leading the way down the back straightaway. Williamson trying to catch him through the lap cars. Shepard still in third as he's inching in on the other 2, and a Bear is right there with them as well.
What a great battle that we are starting to shape up for the lead and for third. If you're just tuning in, this 16 laps are in for tonight's Summer Showdown on the border at Mohawk International Raceway. We have been green since the very start of this one as things are starting to heat back up front.
Yeah, Gill leading now, more lap traffic ahead. This time Williamson is now once again closing in just a little bit. Shepard now working through lap traffic, still third. A Bear is in fourth. Those 4 have pulled way far away in front of everybody else. Here comes Williamson getting a little closer to Gill now out of the corner. Further back we got the battle for 5th between Kerry Terrence now and Chris Raby. Now Williamson will show a nose to the inside of Gill.
But the lap car is right there. Gill will go right through the middle. Williamson follows him through. Diamonds the corner here off of turn number 4. They are nose to tail for the lead. 19 laps are in. What happens in turns number 1 and 2? Williamson looks like that car gets a little tight when it gets close to the leader, Jackson Gill.
Meanwhile, we got the 2-car battle for the lead, a 2-car battle for 5th. Raby side by side with Terrence down the back, and here comes Gill leading Williamson by about 3-car length. He'll go back to the bottom in 1 and 2, and Williamson's back to the outside. He'll work the top lane and inch in front down the back straightaway. We got Gill fighting back into the corner. Williamson's on the outside, side by side out of 4. We got a new leader. It'll be Muddy Matt Williamson.
And cue the Jaws music because Matt Shepard is starting to catch Jackson Gill and Matt Williamson. You can throw a blanket over the top 3 as they make their way down the back straightaway. Jackson Gill looking to come in the inside. Here comes Matt Shepard. Shepard's right there down low on the front stretch.
Shepard now moving into Jackson Gill. A Bear not that far behind, a lot of lap cars. And then we got Raby, followed by Kerry Terrence, and the 19 of Timmy Fuller in the mix now as they work into the corner. Getting close to the halfway point of tonight's Summer Showdown on the border. Here comes Williamson working lap traffic. Gill now moving back in. Jackson Gill moving back in on Williamson as they work some heavier traffic now down the back. Matt Shepard and David A. Bear not that far behind. Lap 24 coming up this time.
Jackson Gill showed a nose there when they made their way down the backstretch. Williamson staying low. What does Jackson do in turns number 1 and 2? Williamson goes up the hill, leaves the bottom side open for Gill. Shepard also right there working the top.
Down the back straightaway. Gill goes back to the inside of Williamson. Williamson's on the outside. Gill's on the inside. Lap traffic ahead. Jackson Gill out of turn 4 will retake the lead. Oh, I'm sorry, that's the lap car into the corner. It's still Williamson leading the way by a car length over Gill down the back straightaway. Shepard behind him, then Hebert. Then we've got some action now as Chris Raby's trying to catch them.
Past the halfway point right now as Williamson looks to thread the needle with the lap cars. He will do that. So is that the winning move right there? He just put 2 lap cars in between him and Jackson Gill. And still, Matt Williamson sitting pretty right there in third.
Williamson working the lap traffic just as he did last night. Williamson had some heavy lap traffic at one point in last night's Can-Am feature, was able to get through it with precision, and tonight is starting to do so again. Jackson Gill trying to keep pace, but now there are 2 lap cars, making 3 between himself and the leader. Shepard and Hebert next in line.
So right now, while things start to settle down for now within the top 10, this is how they run. Your leader is car number 6, Matt Williamson, running second to 60 of Jackson Gill. Third is Matt Shepard in the 9S. Fourth, the 1 of David Hebert. Chris Raby in the 01, running fifth. Running sixth, 19 of Tim Moore. Seventh, the 66X of Kerry Terrence. Zach Payne in the 7Z, running 8. Running 9th to 91 of Felix Wall. And Mikel Perron running in that 10th spot in the 25P.
Lap number 30 coming up now for Money Matt. Working the lap traffic off the corner is second place Jackson Gill. Williamson's got a little bit of clear racetrack now as they work down the back straightaway. Gill has a couple of lap cars now between himself and Matt Shepard, and Hebert is now on Shepard's back bumper heading down into turn number 3.
Hebert right to the rear bumper, like you said, Jeb. The lap cars right in front of him. They have to hug the bottom side of this racetrack as we have 31 laps in the book. Jackson Gill looking to go the outside of the lapper. If he can complete this move here off of turn number 4, there will be no lap traffic in between your leaders, Matt Williamson and Jackson Gill, as laps starting to click off.
Yeah, it's one groove or the other. Some of them are all the way on the very tippy toe on the bottom, and the rest are all the way up on the top. We got some using the middle further back in the pack. Right now, Money Matt working through the turn right in the middle. Jackson Gill on the bottom, Shepard in the middle, Hebert trying the bottom lane. They've got a pretty good gap back to Chris Raby. He is really closing quickly. Time is winding down now. We're just past the halfway point. Raby coming out of position number 12. We are going to lose another one in the back straightaway going to the pit area. We stay green again.
Can Matt Williamson dot the I and take home $10,000 here tonight and sweep the week of the Short Track Super Series, as this time by we are working on lap 35.
Matt Williamson continuing to lead the way while he had a little breathing room for a couple of laps. Now he's got more lap traffic using the high line out of turn number 4. Last night he liked to use the high line, using the high line tonight into the corner. No lap cars between he and Jackson Gill. Shepard and Hebert working their last lap car, and they'll have some clear track up to Jackson Gill. What a run for Jackson Gill. The young driver from here in the North Country has been ran with us last year when we came north. He's running very well tonight, holding down position number 2 after being one of the early race leaders.
If Matt Williamson can get this win, that'll be win number 9 of his career in the Short Track Super Series. He still is going to sit 5th on the all-time wins list. He will be knocking on the door there with Anthony Perregos. Perrego has 11 wins with the Short Track Super Series. This time by 38 laps in the book.
Well, Shepard has got a little distance between himself and Hebert. Hebert, just a couple of laps ago, was right behind Shepard, ready to put on the pressure. Now there's quite a distance between the two, but here comes Chris Raby. He is closing very quickly now on David Hebert, looking for position number 4. Behind him is Gavreau, and then we've got some more cars battling for position.
We are going to have 10 laps to go when Matt Williamson gets back to the line. He has 1, 2, 3, making 5 lap cars in between him and Jackson Gill. You called it. Chris Raby running in 5th. He has tracked in David Hebert down the back straightaway.
Yeah, working down the back straightaway, it's Gill, Shepard, Hebert, and Raby. The 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th place cars are now mixed in with the lap cars down the front straightaway, with Matt Williamson now comfortably out in front. working the lap traffic again with precision down the back straightaway inside the final 10 of the Summer Showdown of the Border, looking for that $10,000 payday.
Robbie really letting that right rear hang off the ledge here in turns 3 and 4. He'll go back through the middle. He still has David Hebert right in front of him, who runs in that 4th position. Still Matt Shepard trying to keep pace with Jackson Gill, who runs in runner-up spot.
More traffic ahead for Matt Williamson, working down the back straightaway now. He has got a pretty good lead build up over Jackson Gill. Gill now beginning to pull back away from Shepard. Shepard was closing on Gill. Williamson has almost a straightaway lead now on Gill, then Shepard, and Rabi continues to close in on David Hebert with lap traffic ahead. This time around will be 5 to go.
Oh, by the way, I want to let you know that the 25th starter, Michael Troutshold, he's currently plus 11 in that 14th spot. Can he take home tonight's Hard Charger Awards, as this time by 5 laps to go?
We'll have to wait and see. Cars are spread out all the way around the Speedway right now here at Mohawk International Raceway. The 2nd annual Summer Showdown of the Border. Matt Williamson now puts lap 46 on the board. Meanwhile, Rabi to the outside off of 4, battling a bear into turn number 1. David Hebert, the number 3 man into the North Region High Torque New York point standings. Chris Rabi's not far behind him, working down the backstretch.
Look how far out Rabi goes to get to momentum. That car absolutely sticks when he goes into turn 3. Twists that 0-1 chassis sideways to get it run off the turn, still trying to get behind David Hebert and move up into 4th.
Working down out of turn number 4 now comes your leader, Matt Williamson. Here he comes for the 2-lap single, 2 more trips around Mohawk International Raceway. Gill working traffic with Shepard, and is still Hebert and Rabi.
They are going to see the Barron's performance white flag this time by Matt Williamson. Last time by had a 4.2 second lead as he gets the Barron's performance 1 to go. Williamson, he is out to a very strong 4.8 second lead.
Final lap of the Summer Showdown of the Border here at Mohawk International Raceway. Working out of turn 4, a $10,000 payday. Money, Matt Williamson will take the victory. Following him across the wire will be a best ever run for Jackson Gill, followed by Matt Shepard, David Hebert, and Chris Rabi, your top 5. What a performance for the Short Track Super Series Modifieds, a non-stop 50-lap feature. That doesn't happen very often. That's about the 5th one in series history. Thanks to the drivers for a spectacular job. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, give them all a hand. 50 laps without a caution at Mohawk International Raceway. Give them a hand. It was a great performance. Competition and side-by-side racing all throughout the pack, and taking home his 2nd win in 2 nights, his 9th career Short Track Super Series win, the 6th of Matt Williamson. Runner-up, his best ever Short Track Super Series finish in limited appearances, the number 60 Jackson Gill, 3rd the 9S Matt Shepard, 4th the 1 of David Hebert, and 5th up from 12th the 01 of Chris Rabi.
So Jeff Allen will head down to Bicknell Racing Products Victory Lane to speak with our podium here, as what a tremendous non-stop 50-lap Summer Showdown on the Border here at the Mohawk International Raceway. If you're leaving MIR here, we thank you so very much on behalf of Brett Deo and the entire staff of the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series. We still have one more main event coming up when we are done with Victory Lane ceremonies. As Money Matt Williamson will go back-to-back on the week with the STSS Big Block Modifieds. What a stellar performance for Matt. Remember, he started in P4 when the field got the green. A lot of movers and shakers in that one. Don't forget, folks, if you like to check out more Short Track Super Series events, you can visit our website at www.shorttracksuperseries.com. But with that, we'll send it down to Jeff Olam.
Thank you very much, Earl. Bicknell Racing Products Victory Lane for the second consecutive win. Ninth career win with the Short Track Super Series. 2 nights in a row. Tonight, a $10,000 score. He's ready to climb out of the car after a hard-fought run tonight. 5,051 last night. Tonight, a 50-lap feature going through nonstop. The S&W Service Center, Becker Brothers Trucking, Mara Drywall, Rick's Delivery, number 6 in the win circle. Climbing out now, Money Matt Williamson. Congratulations, Matt. We'll stand in front of your hot rod here. Bicknell Racing Products Victory Lane for you. Congratulations. Almost like last night, I guess you could say. You had to work your way from not real far back, but from the middle of the redraw. You got to the front, and there was a good battle going on, you and Jackson, for a little while till you got the lead.
Yeah, that was a fun racetrack, man. It was really technical. Could roll all over the place. The brown in the racetrack on the top was really good, and then that kind of went away. And when I was racing the lap cars, I felt like I needed to move down just to be safe and conserve the tire a little bit. And yeah, that was a lot of fun. That was the cool 2 races for sure.
You tell us about this race. You know, you got the lead after a brief battle. Then you got out to a bit of a lead. Then lap traffic came and went. Sometimes it was pretty thick.
Yeah, I don't know if Jackson was right there. He had a really good car, and took me a while to catch him and then to get by him. And we could move all over the place. This S&W car was really good tonight. And, I got to thank my guys that came with me on the road trip, and got to thank Wayne and Terry for putting a stout bullet underneath the hood of this thing. You know, we've never had the opportunity to race the 6 car on these races before, and you know, we've had a lot of them races. Just we've never went back to back, so that's pretty cool.
You know, how hard was it to set up for this tonight? You know, the track had a lot of bite in early, even before the Sportsman started, and you guys sort of had to make some quick decisions, not knowing what to expect. Their feature was over in like 10 minutes, and then you guys came out.
Yeah, for sure. The track was really gripped up early, gripped up in the heat race. We just had to get in the redraw there in the heat race. I was a little too tight, and we just made the same adjustments we did last night and kind of hoped the track would come to us, and it really did. So, like I said, I got to thank my guys. Obviously, without them, we wouldn't be standing here. You know, the whole S&W Service Center, Becker Brothers Drywall, or Becker Brothers Trucking, Marin Drywall, Wentz Propane, Shoreline Excavating, Integra, Ibach, ERD Engines, Barron's Performance Warehouse, everybody. I mean, this is cool to win 2 of these races in a row, and I'm really looking forward to moving forward and hopefully working together with the 3 team, and maybe we can get their car dialed in a little bit.
One final thing, 10 grand tonight.
Yeah, 10 grand. I was reading all the comments on Facebook and in Area Auto today. Apparently I got fired in one comment, and I'm an asshole in the other. So to all the people that were talking shit all day, thank you. We'll make sure we're carrying the 10K back home.
All right, good job. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, Matt Williamson takes home the win. He takes the $10,000 Summer Showdown on the border. He's in Bicknell Racing Products Victory Lane. Well, just like the Sportsman feature, we have one of the local drivers having a great run. Jackson, I'll tell you what, wow. You don't get to race with us that often, but what a performance tonight. Congratulations on a fine second place.
Yeah, it's always an honor to be racing around a good group of guys like this, and we always have fun at the Short Track Super Series. Doesn't really matter if we finish 7th or 10th. We always have a good night when we go home, and Brett, he takes care of all of us racers, and I can't thank my crew enough. Had no brakes in the heat race, and we found a caliper out in the dumpster and put it back on the car, and held up pretty good. So had brakes the whole race, so it was good. My crew guys did a hell of a job tonight.
I guess so. They found it in the dumpster. You know what? You had the lead for a while. You lost the lead. You were right there battling with Matt for a while. Then lap traffic was pretty heavy too.
Yeah, lap traffic was kind of hard for me. My car was a little tight, but, you know, like, hats off to Matt. If you're going to lose to anybody, it's going to be Matt. He's been solid all year, and I know Matt Shepard was knocking on my door there a few times, and just tried racing around the lap traffic the best I could.
Good run. Thanks for coming out.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
All right, Jackson Gill, he's your number 2 man tonight here in the Summer Showdown on the Border. Matt Shepard gets a podium finish tonight. Not a bad night for him. A nice points night for you. Matt, a tricky racetrack, like I said to the other Matt, you know, you only had 10 minutes to get ready after the Sportsman to know what was going to happen to set your car up for tonight's feature.
Yeah, we just kind of struggled with balance all night. You know, the car felt like it had some speed, but I just couldn't steer it. Thought I was going to wear the right front tire out. The thing was pushing so bad. But, you know, get up to these tracks like, you know, Can-Am and Mohawk. They're a little different animal with the sail panels and everything. We just struggled to find a little bit of balance the last 2 nights.
All right, thanks for being here. Good run tonight.
Thank you.
All right, Matt Shepard, he is your 3rd place finisher. He's going to get in the picture. Matt Shepard is 3rd. Jackson Gill is 2nd. And again, let him hear it. Your winning driver tonight in Bicknell Racing Products Victory Lane. Your winner tonight is Matt Williamson. Again, I'd like to take this opportunity to say thank you to all of you for coming out and joining us tonight. We got the mini stocks coming up yet, but for the Short Track Super Series, that is it for us tonight. Our next race is August 21st at the New Egypt Speedway for the Dirty Jersey. Then we come back north August 31st at the Afton Motorsports Park before going to Fonda Speedway September 11, 12, and 13. Thanks to the great staff here and the management team at Mohawk International Raceway. It was a pleasure to work with you today. And upstairs, thanks again to Robert Hill, Daryl Mitchell for your hospitality as well. It's always a pleasure to work with the fine crew at all the speedways we go to. We thank Mohawk International Raceway staff and management for their great hospitality and for being so kind and working with us here tonight for the Short Track Super Series. We're going to send it back up top to Earl Hoon Jr. and then Robert and Daryl. Thanks to everyone for a great night here for the Short Track Super Series.
Thank you, Jeff Holloman. Like you said, we got more feature action coming up here at the Mohawk International Raceway. The mini stock feature is up next, and with the call here is Robert Hill Jr. and Daryl Mitchell.
We got lots more racing to go. As you can see, sitting in staging, we have 27 cars of mini stocks ready to do battle here at the Mohawk International Raceway. It was a great night of racing here with the Short Track Super Series. Another Dan Paw Store, FX Caprera Car Companies, Twin Leaf Stores, and Govro Transport presented tonight's program. We were glad to have them here with us, along with the Short Track Super Series. We got lots of racing more to go. 20-lap feature here for our mini stock division. We got a few of our home track regulars. We got a few Quebec regulars. And we got a couple guys traveling from Vermont and New York State. This is going to be a big one.
Yeah, definitely a big one here tonight. Big payday up for grabs for these mini stocks. Like you mentioned, 27 cars deep. Let's introduce you to the starting field. Starting on the pole out of Gabriel's, New York, driving car number C4, it's C.J. LeVere. And to his outside out of Teresa, New York, the 60T of Josh Burns Sr.
Driving the 21V out of Rome, New York is going to be Corey Valade. He's alongside the 11D of Adam Montel out of Saratoga, New York.
Inside row number 3 out of St. Louis de Gonzague, Quebec. In car number 75, it's Emily Massey. And her outside out of St. Cecile de Milton, Quebec, the 83 of Sebastian Raymond Beauregard.
In the Adirondack Energy, number 77, that's going to be Todd Fleury. He's out of Westville, New York, alongside Cale Manor out of Ellenburg, New York.
Inside row number 5 out of Shadowgate, Quebec, driving car number 5, it's Brandon Bagnato. And to his outside out of Chazy, New York, in car number 33, it's Cody Young.
Row number 6 brings us the number 60 car. He's picked up multiple feature wins this year. That's Francis White. Alongside of him will be driving the 7D from right here in Akwesasne. That's going to be Macy Tarbell.
Inside row number 7 out of Messina, New York. In car number 19J, it's Connor James. And to his outside out of St. Alphonse de Granby, Quebec. In car number 0, it's Mathieu Vogel.
Row number 8 brings us car 38. That's going to be Jonathan Caron Lacoste. Alongside of Connor White from Winthrop, New York, driving the 7X.
Inside row number 9 out of Grand Isle, Vermont. In car number 42X, it's Ken Tourville. And to his outside out of St. Etienne de Beauharnois, Quebec, the 7 of Antoine Dumichel.
From Kieran, Ontario, brings us the number 114 of Felix LaVictoire, alongside the 125 of Nick Harden from Katyville.
Inside row number 11 out of Potsdam, New York, driving car number 64, it's Brad Jerome. Into his outside out of Evans Mills, New York, in the 422, it's Tony Frezzo.
Driving the 355 out of Brushton, New York, is going to be Aiden Larocque, alongside Mathis LaRose out of Gatineau, Quebec.
Starting inside row number 13 out of Constable, New York, in the 02E, it's Tyler Woods. And the final car in the field tonight out of Watertown, New York, the 94 of O.J. White. That is your field for tonight's mini stock feature as the field comes through turns number 3 and 4 to the J&L Detailing Clean Start Zone. Green flags out. We're underway in the mini stocks. Josh Burton Sr. on the high side, going to lead into turn number 1. He's got C.J. Lavere right behind him. The high flyer out of Quebec, Sebastian Raymond Beauregard, up to position number 3. Working his way up to the high side of Corey Valet, side by side into 3, off of 4 this time. Lap number 1, going to go to Josh Burton Sr. as Burton crosses down in front of C.J. Lavere. Caution flag going to fly here on the opening lap of our 20-lap mini stock feature.
We had a few cars stack up there on the back straightaway. They got them moving. It was Macy Tarbell, Connor White in the number 7. It was a pair of number 7s, actually. And then another double 77. That's Todd Fleury. All 3 cars with the number 7s all checked up.
The 7s were unlucky in this one. But we'll re-rack, restack, do it all over again here. Daryl, no laps in the books. 20 laps the distance here for the mini stocks. Again, $800 up for grabs here tonight for the feature winner. A lot of bonus money on the line as well. And as we're under caution, I just want to shout out a competition that one of our drivers from the Novice Sportsman is involved in. Young Jackson Welling going for Youth Athlete of the Year. Opportunity at $25,000 in bonus money. So check it out over on the Jackson Welling Racing Facebook page. There's a link there. All it takes is a little click of the button, and you can get your vote in for him. As the field comes back through turns number 3 and 4, headed for the J&L Detailing Clean Start Zone once again. C.J. Lavere, Josh Fern Sr. Green flags out, we're back underway, and it's a much better launch by Lavere that time. C.J. Lavere going to lead through turns number 1 and 2. He's got Corey Valade behind him. Josh Fern Sr. up on the high side. Slow start there for Brad Malone down the back, or the front straightaway through 1 and 2 this time. Now through 3 and 4, off of 4, lap number 1.
Francis White around in turn number 3. Cars stacking up.
Francis White going to collect Connor Lavere as the caution flag going to fly once again on the opening lap of this one. But 1 lap going to be in the books. 19 laps to go. As looks like they got hooked together pretty good over there, because as Connor Lavere backed up Daryl, he pulled Francis White with him. So both drivers going to try to get pointed back in the right direction. Not going to be what Francis White is looking for, as he aims to go for 5 victories in a row here tonight at Mohawk.
Francis White looking towards the infield right now. MIR safety crew headed to his attention to see if they can help out Francis White get back on the Speedway surface.
Taking a look here on the FloRacing broadcast, the Francis White machine not looking too damaged. He's going to back out under his own power and rejoin the field here. So watch for car number 60 now to be on a bit of a mission coming up from the rear of the field, Daryl.
One of the top cars wherever he goes is at number 60, so he's got a lot of laps to do it. We're only on lap number 1 here out of 20.
Yeah, 1 in, 19 laps to go for these mini stocks, and it is great to see such a strong group of cars here tonight. 27 cars making the start for this mini stock feature race, and a lot of that can be accredited to C.J. Lavere. All the recruiting he did over the last couple of weeks, putting this event together with the MIR management team. As you look at Lavere on the broadcast screen, this guy loves the mini stock class, and all we want to see is it continue to grow and develop over the years. And that's exactly what we're doing with these big events. And I know there is nothing official yet, but there's plans for a big, big show at the end of the season with a lot of money on the lines for that one.
And these guys are out here having fun. They're going to travel different tracks, get the experience, get a good time. Different tracks in the Northeast. You know they're loving it here on FloRacing. Get to put their car on TV. Get to put their names in maybe in the record book tonight as they try to pick up that big check along with some hardware at the end of the night.
Well, anytime you get a chance as a mini stock driver to go home with one of those big checks, it's pretty darn cool. Even if it's $10 on it, you still can hang it up on the shop wall.
Exactly.
You can feel important for a little bit longer. And, you know, it's guys and girls like this mini stock field that continue to keep the grassroots racing running. You're not going to get those next levels of racers without your entry-level divisions, such as mini stocks, limited sportsmen, and various divisions like that. So good to see the continuous growth each and every week. Is just kind of taking a quick look through the field. A couple drivers to keep an eye on working their way up through the field. Mathieu Vogel up into position number 5. Last time we had a big mini stock race here, Darrell, he placed on the podium, and he's looking to do much of the same here tonight as a couple cars rejoin the field, including Macy Tarbell.
For those of you looking for more information here at Mohawk International Raceway, you can visit our website online at racemohawkdirt.com. You can follow us on Facebook, keep track of all the action and events happening here at the Speedway. We're glad to have you along here watching live on FloRacing, and glad to have you here in the grandstands enjoying your Tuesday night here with us. Glad to have you. We're having a good time up here in the booth. Myself and Robert Hill, we had a pretty great night of racing.
Not too bad at all. We got to enjoy some great racing. We found an empty booth here tonight, watched the racing, and 2 caution-free races for the Short Track Super Series, mods and sportsmen, and you can't really ask for much better than that. And a good showing as well from some local runners here. Joshua Jock coming home in position number 2 in the sportsman, and Jackson Gill second in the modifieds as well. As the field re-racks and restacks, coming back to the J&L detailing clean start zone at the bottom of turn number 4. CJ LeVere, Josh Fern Sr. going to bring us back to the green flag, and Sebastian Raymond Beauregard already on the high side, 3 wide through 1 and 2. Beauregard going to slot in behind. Vern Sr. now looks to the middle as they work their way down the back straightaway. LeVere on the bottom, Vern Sr. up top. Beauregard in position number 3 as they work their way through turns number 3 and 4. Top 3 all together as they work their way off of 4 side by side from the lead. It's Vern up top, LeVere on the bottom as they continue to climb up through the field here. Watching Antoine Dumichel up into position number 7 just behind Emily Massey. Massey, a multi-time feature winner here already in 2025. She told us a couple weeks ago this year she's going to take the championship, so we'll see what she can do throughout the night here tonight as she continues her climb down the back straight, or down the front straightaway. The leaders going to work their way down the back stretches. LeVere on the bottom, Vern up top as they head down towards turns number 3 and 4. Once again, going to put lap number 4 in the books. It's side by side amongst lap traffic towards the rear of the field as we go side by side on the FloRacing broadcast here tonight. LeVere and Vern on the left side of your screen. And on the right side, Darrell, we got a good battle there as well between Cody Young and Cale Manor, a couple of our regular runners here at the Mohawk International Raceway, put on a show at the tail of that top 10. But up front, the leader's going to split the lap car. The 64 machine going to go 1 lap down. That's Brad Jerome is off with turn number 2 down the back straightaway. Once again, Josh Fern Sr. out to the race lead. 15 laps to go. LeVere now looks to the high side of him as they work their way through turns number 3 and 4. Off of 4 this time, side by side for the race lead. It's LeVere on top. He's going to edge out to the top spot. Vern falls back into that second position. Sebastian Raymond Beauregard up to 3rd. Mathieu Vogel and Corey Valade battling it out for 4th and 5th. Now Emily Massey and Antoine Dumichel closing in as we continue to watch that battle for the top spot. Now we'll jump back into that battle for positions 4, 5, and 6. Mathieu Vogel holding onto that spot ahead of Corey Valade and Emily Massey. Antoine Dumichel working the high side, kicking the rear end sideways for turns number 1 and 2. That time he's putting himself up into that fight as well. As out front, Vern looks back to the inside of LeVere, quickly approaching the halfway point in this one. 8 and 12 to go. CJ LeVere, Josh Fern Sr., and Sebastian Raymond Beauregard your top 3 as they head through turns number 1 and 2 once again. Vogel up on the high side of Corey Valade as they touch off of 2. That time down the backstretch. What a battle for the lead, and what a battle for position number 4 as well, as your leaders catch up to a bit more lap traffic. That's Todd Fleury in the 77. One of our regular front runners here in the points this season. falling 1 lap down. That's going to give Josh Verne Sr. the advantage on the inside as CJ LeVere now looks to the outside of him, down the backstretch, into turns number 3 and 4. Going to be coming to cross flags this time. 10 in, 10 to go for Josh Verne Sr. On the bottom side, CJ LeVere up top. It's Verne at the line.
Verne's been holding strong underneath the C4 of CJ LeVere. LeVere battles back on the high side as he gets a big run. Problem with our leader, Josh Verne Sr. as he slowed on the back straightaway. The C4 of CJ LeVere will take over the lead. And the yellow lights will come on for the number 60T of Josh Verne Sr.
That is devastating for Josh Verne Sr., making a rare start here tonight in the mini stock field. Looked to be the driver to beat, but unfortunately, he is going to come to a slow on the back stretch. Gets that car back underway, though, so it looks like he's going to be able to rejoin from the tail of the field. But 10 less laps to work his way up there. And now, what this is going to do is it's going to put CJ LeVere, our defending track champion, and Sebastian Raymond Beauregard, one of the best mini stock drivers in the area right now, on that front row together. So
Matthew Vogel has a win here last year. He's sitting in third. We have the 21 car of Corey Valade, who was strong all night, and now he will sit on the second row. Emily Massey, our current points leader, sits in row number 3. She's sitting 5th right now. She's currently scored as 6, but we're going to shuffle them up 1 spot.
Antoine Dumichel up there as well. Dumichel, one of the perennial front runners, both Quebec side and at the Cornwall Motor Speedway, now has himself outside row number 3 for the upcoming restart. Brandon Bagnato up there as well, a strong contender out of Quebec. So we'll see what these guys can do. Cale Manor, a regular runner here at Mohawk as well, inside the tail of the top 10. As the field being told to double up, we're going to come to the white flag this time. 10 in, 10 to go, Daryl.
Drivers getting signaled to get in line here. A guy who's moved up quite a bit is Antoine Dumichel. He started kind of far back, and here he is taking a peek at the top 5 as the white flag is in the air. Yellow lights are off. Looks like we're going racing in about 4/10 of a mile here.
Well, Antoine Dumichel started in position number 18. 10 laps in, he's going to restart in the 6th spot, so already up 12 positions on the day. Very strong car. Going to have the outside lane, which is his preferred line as well. So keep an eye on car number 7.
He's taking a peek up there, and he's about 1 lane higher. We'll see if he's got anything for our leaders. They're side by side, heading into turns number 3 and 4 at the J&L Detailing Clean Start Zone. The mini stocks are going to fire at Mohawk. Down the front straightaway, it's CJ LeVere and Sebastian Raymond Beauregard heading into turn number 1. Sebastian Raymond Beauregard falls into line behind the C4 of CJ LeVere. LeVere will take the clear lead ahead. Here comes Corey Valade. He's up into the number 3 spot. Matthew Vogel falls to 4th. Emily Massey 5th. And here comes Antoine Dumichel taking a peek around the 75 of Emily Massey. Trying to touch with the back bumper as Emily Massey gets a little sideways. Antoine Dumichel to the bottom side. We'll see if he can get around that number 75 car. The top 5 cars kind of fall into line around the bottom side of the speedway, trying to take the short way around the track here at Mohawk International Raceway. Emily Massey takes a peek to the inside of Matthew Vogel to try to advance her position, slips up a little bit, allows Antoine Dumichel in that 7 to get around her on the outside. She battles back on the bottom. She does not want to give up that top 5 position. Francis White has made his way back up. He's sitting in the 7th spot, just awaiting for the 5th and 6th place car to give him a little bit of space to get around. They're not going to make it easy. Here comes the Twin Dumichel back to the bottom of Emily Massey. 3-car battle for our top 5 position here. Up front, it's Sebastian Raymond Beauregard battling with the 21 of Corey Valade. Valade will take over the number 2 spot that time. We have a fire on the front straightaway as Francis White comes to a stop in front of the flag stand. Red flag will come out and all cars will stop where they are. Francis White exiting his vehicle quickly as the Hogansburg Akwesasne Volunteer Fire Department come to the attention of the number 60 car very quickly. That was a big fire for the 4-cylinder mini stock class as it reignites. Hogansburg Akwesasne Volunteer Fire Department quickly to the scene.
So Francis White comes to a stop in the front straightaway quickly out of that race car as it went up in flames, Daryl, and definitely not what you want to see, especially considering this is a driver that has been on quite the tear lately. 3 victories in a row, looking to get his 4th tonight, and his night is going to come to an end rather early here. 6 laps to go in tonight's 20-lap mini stock feature race, but Francis White appears to be A-OK down there on the front straightaway.
Great to see him jump out of the car as quickly as he did.
Absolutely. That was a pretty hot fire right there. It came up a couple times, so good to see Francis out of that race car rather rapidly, and like I said, appears to be A-OK, which is always the most important thing. We can fix cars, and it's a lot harder to fix the driver, that's for sure.
Yeah, glad to see him step out of the vehicle, and our volunteer rescue crew, Norfolk Rescue, comes down to the attention, along with the volunteer fire department. The MIR safety crew does an excellent job each and every week here at Mohawk International Raceway, keeping our drivers safe and putting themselves in a little bit of danger as they come to the attention of the race car. So one of the things about having the 4-cylinder mini stocks is they're fuel injected. The fuel injected cars to the compared to our carbureted dirt modifieds, the fuel injection still runs as long as the electronics are on, which is probably why you see the fire keep flaring up as it does. So they're going to keep up on that. And
yeah, they're going to have to use a lot of extinguisher down there to put that machine out. You can see it on the FloRacing broadcast.
They're looking inside the car to shut all the
There's usually a master shutoff switch that's
a
lot of times just behind the driver's side seat, where you can usually just flip that red switch. It should turn everything off there. But, yeah, Francis White not having the night he was hoping for here tonight, was definitely going to be one of the contenders. But, Daryl, let's re-rack and restack this race here. It's going to be C.J. Levere and Corey Valade on that front row. Row number 2, Sebastian Remo-Beauregard and Matthew Vogel. Emily Massey and Antoine Dumichel, row 3. Cody Young, Brandon Bagnato, row 4. Row 5, Josh Fern Sr. back into the top 10, and Cale Manor going to start alongside him.
Good group of mini stock drivers joined us here tonight for this 20-lap mini stock challenge.
And while we're under this red flag, I'm going to go through some of those bonuses up for grabs once again here tonight. Longest tow, $100, courtesy of C.J. Levere. First Chevy, $50, courtesy of Frank and the Moonlighters. Second Chevy, $25, courtesy of Frank and the Moonlighters. For the Airborne Park Speedway regulars, the top finisher from there gets $50, courtesy of C.J. Levere. $25 for the second highest airborne finisher. First driver on the hook in the A-Main gets $50, courtesy of Todd Fleury, which I do believe will be Francis White at this point. Hard Charger gets $25, courtesy of Francis White. 4th, 5th, and 6th also getting $25, courtesy of Francis White. 10th place gets $25, courtesy of Advanced Auto of Malone. 14th getting $25 from Advanced Auto of Malone as well. And we came a little bit short from the 40-car total that was needed for the extra $200 here tonight, but that would have been courtesy of Heath's Auto. So we thank them for that commitment here tonight as well.
Our nightly sponsors that took upon the honor of bringing our short track Super Series to us. Another Damn Pot Store located right here in Akwesasne. FX Caprera Car Companies out of Canton, New York. Govro Transport. And Twin Leaf Stores.
And just a reminder, we will not be in action this Friday night here at the Mohawk International Raceway. We will return next Friday, August the 15th, for Action Race Parts and VP Racing Fuels night. That night we'll also have our kids' backpack giveaway, which is a nice opportunity just before the kids go back to school to walk home with a backpack from the Mohawk International Raceway and our nightly sponsors. On deck for that evening will be the 358 Modifieds, the Sportsman, the Limited Sportsman, the Pro Stock, and the Mini Stock. So a full racing card in action on Friday, August the 15th.
The following week, on Friday, August 22nd, Higher Ground Cannabis Company presents Autograph Night here at Mohawk International Raceway, featuring the 358 Modified, Sportsman's Limited, Sportsman's Pro Stocks, and the Mini Stocks, along with the Eastern Ontario Vintage Stock Car Club as they make their second appearance of the season.
Big question for that one. Can I get your autograph that night? Is that
We're
possible?
definitely giving out autographs. We're going to have to get our own cards made.
Yeah, we should do that.
We got to get Chris Hearn's card.
Chris Hearn has his. I have one in my backpack right here. It's pretty cool.
We got to get the 2025 model.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
It's our first shout out for Chris tonight. I know he was down there earlier cheering on Joshua Jock as he came home as our leading Mohawk regular.
Came home in second. That was a great run for Joshua Jock in the Short Track Super Series Sportsman division as, well, they're going to come around and get the Francis White machine up on the hook and get him brought back pit side so we can get back underway here in just a couple of moments with this 20-lap mini stock feature race. 6 laps to go in this one here tonight. Once again, we want to thank everyone in attendance here at the Mohawk International Raceway and everyone watching at home on FloRacing. We're very appreciative of everyone taking the time out of their busy Tuesday night to join us for what has been a fantastic night of racing action here at MIR.
6 more laps to go here in our 20-lap feature for our mini stocks. CJ Levere going to start on the pole once we get the 60 car of Francis White cleared out of the Speedway. Track crew working on that. As we speak, the fire was contained by the Hogansburg Akwesasne Volunteer Fire Department and the Norfolk Rescue Service came to the attention. We thank them for their service. For those of you in the area, Monday nights, the Hogansburg Akwesasne Volunteer Fire Department at the 3 stations on the territory do their service checks. They check out the lights, they check out the hoses, make sure everything works. That's when they invite the public to come and check them out and maybe learn a little bit about the service that they do. They're always recruiting for new volunteers, and this goes for many of the volunteer fire departments anywhere in the world. If you're ever looking for something to do, maybe a new calling or a little bit of passion, that is a good spot to check, is your local fire department. The camaraderie, the action, the excitement. It's a very great place to meet some new peers.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's nice to be able to give back as well. We definitely thank our volunteer firefighters, no matter where they are here at MIR and all around the world, joining us here tonight on the FloRacing broadcast. It's a thankless job, Daryl, and we're definitely thankful for those that do it. As we're going to go back under caution here, yellow flag going to come out on the field. We're going to have the drivers work in a little bit of this powder from the fire extinguishers down on the front straight away. They used a lot on that Francis White machine, and it definitely shows here on the front stretch. This field coming around. We'll do a couple laps just working in anything that's residual on the racetrack. As looks like CJ Levere not under power here in turn number 4, Daryl. Gonna need a bit of a push. Hopefully he can get that car back underway and rejoin the front of the field. He was your race leader at the time of the red flag. And looks like CJ is back under power, so he is going to join the front of the field and join Sebastian Raymond Beauregard and Corey Valade at the front of the field.
Looks like Connor Levere also having an issue there on the back of turn number 3 and 4.
Maybe a shortage of starters in the Levere garage here this week. As Connor Levere going to get bumped started over there in turns 3 and 4. He's back under power as well, so he will come around and join the rest of the field in car number 19. So it looks like maybe a little bit of contest when it comes to the positions that these drivers are currently in. You saw Corey Valade go up there, Sebastian Raymond Beauregard, as well as Emily Massey. All drivers kind of claiming different positions that might not belong to them.
race director giving some directions, but
yeah,
we
Austin
also might have a
Swamp
little
on the
bit of
mic
a
here
language
tonight.
barrier also, right? Some of the drivers French their primary language.
Potentially, but I mean, you should know your numbers no matter what, right? It's.
I mean, I can't count that high. I know my colors just because of racing. Yeah.
Green, yellow, red, blue, black. You don't want to see the black flag.
Yeah. Yo, yellow lights are off
There we
here.
go. Come back to green, Daryl.
We're side by side heading into turn number 3 and 4. We're looking to start at the J&L Detailing clean start zone. Our mini stocks are back under power here at Mohawk International Raceway. CJ LeBert, that C4, is alongside the 21V of Corey Valade. The battle is on for that top spot as they head down the back straightaway. CJ LeBert will clear the 21 and maintain the lead, but the battle is on for our 3rd place spot as Matthew Bagel is able to get around Sebastian Raymond Beauregard. They are still side by side heading into turns number 1 and 2. Vogel gonna pop to the 3rd spot as he comes to the back bumper of Corey Valade. Valade able to pull away slightly as he works on the C4, who is our leader of CJ LeBert. Right now it's LeBert, Valade, Vogel, Raymond, and Dumichel. That twin Dumichel jumps into the number 5 spot. He's still battling with that 75 of Emily Massey. She was trying to get into that top 5 position, but here comes Josh Byrne Sr. as he is making his presence known once again. He slowed on the first lap and he is back battling for the top 5 position now. Emily Massey gets into the back bumper of the 60P of Josh Byrne. Byrne able to hold strong. That allows a twin Dumichel in that number 7 to clear the position, and he will be the number 5 car currently. Right now, CJ LeBert is leading over Corey Valade and Matthew Vogel. Vogel took a peek to the outside of Corey Valade that time around on lap number 18. Could not make nothing happen, but he's trying here once again as he comes up to the back inside quarter panel of the 21V of Corey Valade. He's going to try to sneak around the bottom side to try to take away that number 2 spot. CJ LeBert going around the lap car of Brad Jerome in the 64. He is holding strong in the lead and down the back straightaway. Corey Valade sits second over Matthew Vogel. But off of turn number 3 and 4, seeing the double checker flags presented by Swamps Automotive, CJ LeBert picks up the Mini Stock Challenge 20 here at Mohawk International Raceway. CJ LeBert will be your winner. Corey Valade will finish second. Matthew Vogel third. Fourth is Sebastian Raymond Beauregard. Fifth will be a twin Dumichel. Sixth is Josh Verne Sr. Emily Massey is seventh. Brandon Bagnotto eighth. Cody Young ninth. And Cale Manor will round out your top 10. Strong showing by our mini stock division as they came in full force tonight, 27 cars strong. We are sending our top 3 finishers down to the front straightaway to the attention of my colleague Robert Hill Jr. as he brings them the hardware and that big check presented by Another Damn Pot Store, Twin Leaf Stores, Gove Road Transport, and FX Caprera Car Companies out of Canton, New York. As the drivers prepare to exit the vehicle, I'm going to send it down to Robert Hill Jr.
Just waiting on CJ LeBert down here. He's getting his helmet off, about to come out of the race car. He picked up the win on May 30th, getting a second one here tonight. He's out of the car. Your feature winner, CJ LeBert. CJ coming around. We're going to have a word with him, presented with the trophy. CJ, you put a lot of work into this event, trying to bring a lot of drivers to this mini stock field, and you got it done yourself. How good does that one feel tonight?
It feels great. We've been having a pretty rough year, ups and downs, won some, lost some, blew some motors, and my crew really needed this. They put a lot of work in.
Seeing 27 cars here tonight as the driver that put a lot of work into bringing them here, how rewarding is that to you, seeing such a good field coming out and taking that call for attention to join us here tonight?
Honestly, it's bigger than winning this race. Getting the guys to come, all the guys that did come. And if you are watching later, I appreciate every one of you. and we got bigger and better things coming on, so be ready.
Well, CJ, tell us about the sponsors, the team, the people that get it done for you each and every week.
I got to thank Advanced Auto, as always, my sponsors, Heath Auto and Greg's Auto. They have been with me for a long time, and without them, I couldn't do it. We got a new sponsor, Frankie and the Moonlighters, and a band. They jumped aboard, and they're singing us the victory lane.
Well, congratulations on the win here tonight. Your feature winners, CJ LeVere. We're going to come on down here, have a word with Corey Valet. Corey, back here at the Mohawk International Raceway, came home just a little bit short. What did you need to get up there and pass CJ LeVere at the end?
Just a little better handling car. It was a little bit tight in one end and loose at the other. Other than that, it was a really good race. Car was good. I don't know, maybe a different trainee like he's got.
Well, tell us about the sponsors, the team, the people that get it done for this 21 team.
J&L Paving of Rome, New York. They sponsored me a huge time going to Indiana last weekend, and I really got a shout out to them for that. And my wife, who really lets me do all this, and have fun.
Well, congratulations on a good run here tonight. We'll go on down and have a quick word with Mathieu Vogel. Another podium finish here tonight, not the one you would have wanted, but what is it about this racetrack that works so well for you?
It was a great racetrack tonight. I'm very happy. I'm coming back from the 14, so I think it's a good race.
Definitely a good race for you here tonight. Tell us about your sponsors, the team, everyone that supports you each and every week.
I do it in French because they're all French. Fait que merci à tous mes commanditaires, Automobile Vogel, tous les gens qui m'aident là, de proche ou loin, puis qui travaillent après ce auto-là. On travaille fort, puis on est bien content du résultat.
Congratulations on your great finish here tonight.
Thank you so much.
We'll get the top three. So congratulations to CJ LeVere, Corey Valade, and Mathieu Vogel, your top three finishers here tonight in the mini stock division. We want to thank all of you for joining us here tonight at MIR, everyone that joined us over on FloRacing as well. We hope you enjoyed the show. We hope you can join us in the future here at the Mohawk International Raceway. But on behalf of Jeff Olam, Earl Hoons Jr., Daryl Mitchell, and myself, Robert Hill Jr., we thank you for joining us here tonight, and we'll see you back here again Friday, August the 15th at the Mohawk International Raceway. Drive home safe, everybody.